Okay guys, welcome back. How are you all? Come, let's get into the learning curve. Now we are going to finish the learning curve. It's time to clear up all the nitty-gritties of this. I hope you have been benefiting so far. Do let me know in the comments how you are finding it useful. If you don't share, then how will you get such benefits again? Just think about it yourself. Alright, because it's your feedback that motivates us to think about what more we can do. See, we are putting in so much effort for this subject, and people are saying, do the same for other subjects too. Do this, do that. That would be great. That would be really great. Or brother, it takes time to do this. If you are about to start something, you might think that you just thought of it and immediately got it done. It's not like that. Right now, our full attention, 100%, is focused only on your subject. After studying the whole day, making notes, understanding how to explain it, revising, rehearsing, only then do we present it to you with that special touch. It's not like I just came, sat down, and started teaching you straight away, you know. So in this way, it will take time. If I take up another subject as well, that too will take time, but it all depends on your reviews and your comments. If you give a lot of views on this, then I'll understand that yes, I should do this and do it this way. Alright, there should be views. I mean, if you people share it and tell others as well, then I'll get a good feeling that yes, I should do this work. Anyway, let's get back to the learning curve now. In the learning curve, students often get confused about which type of learning curve to use for particular units to get the answer. Alright, so now all your doubts will be cleared. Normally, the learning curve equation works by doubling 1, 2, 4, 8, but doubling what exactly? Of individual production. Alright, now if individual production is happening in lots of 10 units each, then the doubling will be of 10 each. If it's happening in lots of 100 each, then the doubling will be of 100 each. And if it's 1 by 1, then the doubling will be of 1 each. So by reading the question, you will understand what the size of annual production is. And after this, the function of the learning curve is to reduce the average cost or time per unit. Suppose here it is 100 hours and the learning rate is 80%, then it is reducing the average. If the learning rate is 80%, then by taking 80% of it, this value is coming. So, what is this? This is the average cost per unit. Now, what is this? This value that has come, this 64 is the time for 4 units. Ideally, we call this the average for the first 4 units. For the first 4, from here to here, 1, 2, 3, 4. When we are taking the total of these 4 units and then finding the average, when we are taking the total of these 4 units and then finding the average, when we are taking the total of these 4 units and then finding the average, we are getting 64. Alright. So ideally, this should be called as the average time of the first 4 units, but in the institute's questions, they refer to this as the 4th unit. This is the wrong term. Technically, the term 4th unit does not fit here. The 4th unit means you get it by subtracting the total of the first 3 from the total of the first 4 units. This is what is ideally called the 4th unit. But in the institute's sums, they refer to this average as the 4th unit. So we have to learn by keeping this in mind. Just like the institute uses its own language, we have to crack that same language. Alright, and secondly, now once the first order is done. After that, if a repeat order comes, suppose again an order for 4 units comes, then 4 plus 4 becomes 8. So if you take the average, if you calculate 80% of 64, how much does it come to? It comes to 51.2. So this 51.2 that is coming from 64, what does it indicate? This is indicating the average for the entire 8 units. That is why it is coming to 51.2. So if a repeat order comes, then the working for the repeat order is done on the incremental time from here to here or on the incremental cost. And how will the increment come? This increment will come as total cost of 8 units minus total cost of 4 units. How will this increment come? Total cost of 8 units minus total cost of 4 units. Total cost of 8 units minus total cost of 4 units. So if you get a hold of this, your work will become easier. Total cost of weight units, 51.2 times 8. Total cost of 4 units, 64 times 4. When does this come up? It comes up for repeat orders. You have to read the question carefully to understand if we are working for the initial order or a repeat order. If you just understand this, you'll get it. Alright, let's try now. If the answer comes by doubling like 1, 2, 4, 8, that's really good. Many times, they give a value in between. They'll ask for the cost of 5 units or 9 units. If it's not coming by doubling, then for that we do a learning question. From that, we find out this average. Y is the average and it is equal to A into x to the power b. A is the time of the first unit. X is the number of units you need, like if you need for 5 units, then it's 5, and B is the learning curve index. How does the learning curve index come? It comes by dividing the log of the learning curve ratio by log 2. Log of the learning curve ratio divided by log 2. Now, the value for this will be given in the question, only then we can solve the sums. If its value is not given, then normally I say, for 80%, the value of B is minus 0.322 and for 90%, it is minus 0.1518. If you remember this, you can still solve your sums. If the value of log LCR log 2 is not given, then we can use this value according to 80 or 90%. So, the way we learn to work out dirty power in SFM, we can do the same on the calculator as well. If the values are not given. Anyway, the values should be given. Let's move on. This question gives details of a learning problem. A equals 10 over. This means the time required for the first to calculate the average time for the first 20 units for 20 units. Alright, so did it come by doubling 20? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 is not coming. So how will it be done? The value of 1 is 10. Then the value of x is 20. 20 to the power b, 20 to the power b, b is what? Minus 0.32, b is 2 to the power minus 0.32, 10 to 20 to the power minus 0.32. Alright, so by solving this, the answer will be A. Now, how is this solving done? If you are given the value of log, then it will be done through log. If log is not given, then you can do it using dirty power. Alright, let me explain from both sides. If you do it using dirty power, you have to write it like this. In dirty power, you cannot have a minus in the power. So you do 1 by 20 to the power 0.22, and after that, what do you do? These are the steps that we learn in SFM. Take the 12th root of 1 by 20. Take the 12th root, then subtract 1. This is fixed. Taking the 12th root and subtracting 1 is fixed. No matter what the number is, here you will always take the 12th root and subtract 1. Then you will multiply by the power. Only 0.322 changes with power, that's the only value that changes. 0.2, everything else is fixed. Then you will add 1 and then do equal to 12 times. Everything written in blue is fixed. Only this part is changing. Whatever the power is, you have to enter that value here accordingly. The rest, root is fixed, minus 1 is fixed, 0.2 is fixed, plus 1 is fixed, equal to 12 times is fixed. So by solving this, you will get the answer. If you multiply by 10, this will be solved. And the second method is, for example, if you see in the question here, a lot of log values are given. So, when the value of log is given, we solve it using logarithms. How do we do it at that time? Like, if we need the average time, we call it y into 10 to the power, then into 22 to the power minus 22. So, this is what we get. Then, what will log y be equal to? Log of 10 into 22 to the power minus 0.2. So, what will log y be equal to? Log 10 plus, if you break 10, the value of log a into b is log a plus log b. So, from a into b, it becomes log a plus log b, log 22 to the power minus 1, so. People y is equal to log. 10 means 1. Always remember that the power will go down. Minus 3 to log 20. So, log y is equal to 1 minus 0.2 log 20. What does log 2 into mean? What is 10 people equal to 2? 1 minus 2. To log 2 into 10 means log 2 plus log. 10a into b means log a plus log b. Now if you get so scared of the log, then you won't be able to do anything. Then you'll have to leave this chapter. The value of log 2 is given in the question. If you see point, here it is 0.01 plus the value of log 10 is 1. Log wise, this is coming after solving. If we solve this, it is coming to 0.5 millivan. That I've memorized. Alright, now we have to find the value of y. To find the value of y, we need to remove the log, and that is done using the antilog. So if I take the antilog on both sides, the antilog of log y will just be y, and y equals the antilog of 0.513. Now 0.513 is given here, and its antilog is also provided. 3.2. 3 point, so this comes out to be 3.2. This is the answer for this. This part, 3.82 over this, you can see the answer is 3.2, and even if you solve from here, you will get 3.2. So this was asked only from the first 20. Whether it says 20 units or just the first, the answer will be the same. Now, whatever is asked, you try it yourself. The method will be the same. Just here y will be equal to, now it will be 30 times e to the power minus point something. Then what is said in the question is, time for 30 to 40. This is incremental. In repeat order, it comes less. So how will that come? We can see its answer. Its answer is 3.345. It's 3.812, 3.3, 3.45. So how will it come for 30 to 40? 3.345, 3.40, 3.34. 5 inch 40 minus 3.82 inch, 33.45. 40 minus 3.81 in 2, 30. 3.45, 40 minus 3.812 in 20, so 3.35. 43.81 in 30. After subtracting, this is the answer coming. Check the incremental. How much is coming? 3.345. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry for this. I started calculating for 30 and 20. We must calculate for 30 and 40. If we must calculate for 30 and 40, we'll have to do the working once more. I don't know what mistake I was about to make. Leave it. Ignore that. Then, if we have to calculate for 30 and 40, we'll have to do 40 as well. 10 and 40 at minus 3, so its answer is 3.49. Alright, so now we have to find the incremental for 30 and 40, so we have to calculate for both, that is, for 30 and 40. So what will happen? 3.49 for 40 minus 3.345 for 30. If you have understood, now you can solve this. 3.49 for 40m plus 3.345 for 30m minus c gives 21.61, so this is for 31 to 40. This calculation is called the incremental calculation, and it is less common in repeat orders. Alright, so what do you have to do now? Now you have to practice this using both methods, by dirty power as well as this one, and also by log, as the values are given here. You should give it a try. Take your notebook and try it out to see whether you are able to do this log calculation or not. Log entry, log it. Now, what is being asked in the next question? Look quickly. So here it is saying that your data is as follows. Labor hours needed to make the first machine are 1000 hours and the learning curve ratio is 90%. Labor cost is 15 rupees per hour. Material cost is 1.5 lakh and the fixed cost here is for the size of the orders. That means no matter what the size is, the fixed cost will remain 60,000 and you have to do the working. Average net cost of 4 machines and 8 machines, so it will start from 1 and by doubling we can reach there. 1, 2, 4, 8, so this time I won't need the equation. So when there's no need for the equation, we make a table like this, 1, 2, 4, 8. Then we have to find the average time per unit for that. Because we know the time for the first one is 1000 After that, it will keep taking 90%. So 90% of 1000 will be 900, 90% of 900 will be 810, and 90% of 810 comes to 729. Alright, so this is the average time per unit. Now, what will happen after this? We have to show the costing for 4 machines and 8 machines. So for 4 machines, the average time is coming to 810, and for 8 machines, the average time is 729. So now you have to do the casting. Just make 2 columns, one for 4 machines and one for 8 machines. In this, the direct material cost is given as 1.5 lakh each, so that will not change. Then, the direct labor cost is at the rate of 15 rupees, so you will multiply 15 by 810. How much will that be? 12,150. And if you multiply 15 by 729, how much will that be? 10,935. After the direct labor cost, there will be the fixed cost. How much is the fixed cost? It is 60,000, and here it is a size order, so the total is 60,000. Alright, but if we do it per unit, then 60,000 divided by 4 comes to 15,000, and here 60,000 divided by 8 comes to 7,500. Half of that as well. Okay, so if you add this up, see how much it comes to. 1.5 lakh plus 12,150 plus 15,000, that's 1,77,150, and 1.5 lakh plus 935 plus 7,500 is 1,68,435. So, look, both answers have come. Now, whichever way you present it, that's a different matter. This will become the working note. That's it, the sum is over. Look at the next question. What is it saying here? Illustration 3. Plus, it experiences difficulty in the budgeting process because it finds it necessary to quantify the learning effect of new products. The learning effect always applies to new products. The learning effect always applies to labor-oriented jobs. The learning effect does not apply to machines. The learning effect does not apply to all products. Substantial product changes occur and result in the need for retraining in order for 30 units of the new product to be tested and received by said PLC. So far, it is saying that an order for 30 units has come, out of which 14 have been completed. It is telling the time of first unit. That was the time taken. It is 40. And a total of 240 hours has been recorded for 14 units, so it is talking up to 14 units. The total time has come to 240. The production manager expects an 80% learning effect.
For this type of work, the production is considering that we will use an 80% learning effect, so how it is 14 to 240, that is not clear.
It is possible that they may ask you to verify it. When the company talks about standard absorption costing, in absorption costing even the fixed cost is charged according to the hourly rate. That means if it gets reduced, then even the fixed cost will be affected. The cost center in which the unit is manufactured follows: material is 30 rupee per unit, labor is 6 rupee per hour. Variable overhead is 0.5 rupees per hour. Once you know the hours, all this will come. Fixed overhead is given as a sum per week, but for a 4-week operating period, so you will have to convert it to per hour. Because absorption costing is being used, and since it's for 4 weeks, they're saying there are 10 direct employees in 4 weeks. Work is in a 5-day week, 8 hours per day, so that's 5 days at 8 hours each. That makes 40 hours in a week. With 10 people, that's 400 hours per week. Multiply by 4 weeks, so that's 1600 hours in 4 weeks. If you deduct 25% for allowance from that, then 1600 minus 25% comes to 1200. So these are your productive hours. From this, you need to calculate the fixed overhead rate per hour. So if you do 6000 divided by 1200, what will be the fixed overhead rate per hour?
It comes to 5 rupees, so what will we write for the fixed overhead rate? At the rate of 5 rupee per hour, and then the company usually quotes for the delivery period for orders. Alright, so this means they generally consider a 4-week period. But that's fine, we don't have anything to do with that. We are not concerned with the period. I mean it thoroughly. Then the question says, determine whether the assumption of 80% is a reasonable one in this case by using the formula for this. So why is it reasonable? Because we got 240 in 14, so we should verify whether it is actually coming out to 240 or not. For that, it is saying to use this formula, so let's do that. Alright, we have to calculate the value of A for the first time, that is, at 14, and at 80% learning effect. See here, in this question, no log values have been given. It says to use the table, but you don't get the table in the exam. Alright, they don't give the table in the exam. Instead, they will give you the log values. If the log values are not given, then for the time being, I had told you, if you remember them up to 80%, it will work. So you can use dirty power, 40 into 1 by 14 to the power of 0.322. Try to crack this using dirty power and see what answer you get. Take a calculator and try it out. First, 1 by 14 equals root of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 minus 1 and 0.322 plus 1 in equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, how much does it come to? 40 in 0.428 is coming, multiplying by 40 gives 17.10. This is the average time per unit. Now, from this itself, if we calculate the total time for 40 units, total time for 14 units, then how much will it be for 14? Multiplying by 14, 17.10 into 14, see, it's coming to approximately 240. So this is coming to around 240. This means the 80% learning rate is justified. Therefore, the 80% learning rate is justified, so this assumption is valid. That's correct. This was the first part. This is done. Next, it is asking to calculate the number of direct labor hours likely to be required for an expected second order of 20 units. So how much was the first order? The first order was for 30 units. Now, we are talking about the second order. Second order means this is a repeat order. Repeat order means they are talking about units 31 to 50. They are talking about 31 to 50, so you will have to do the same working. Just like I did part A, consider this as part B. If there are two parts, then for part B, what you will do is, we have to do the working for 31 to 50. So for the working of 31 to 50 units, first you calculate y is equal to 40 asterisk 30 into e to the power minus 0.322. Then calculate the answer for y is equal to 40 asterisk 50 to the power minus 0.322. Now, what will be the answer for this? Let me write it down once. You should try it yourself on the calculator. So here, for 30, it is coming out to 13.38, and for 50, it is 11.35. So after this, we have to find the total incremental time. So how will we calculate the incremental time? 11.35 asterisk 50 minus 13.38 asterisk 30. So 11.35 asterisk 50, 13.38 asterisk 30. This comes out to 166.1. Alright, so this is the incremental time for 20 units. On this, the calculation will be done. The task is, using the cost data given, produce an estimated product cost for the next order. Examine problems created for budgeting by the presence of the learning effect. So, from the cost data, it is first asking you to produce an estimated product cost for the next order. Next order means you have to do costing for 30 units. For 30 units, we already have the average time as 13.38 per unit, so this is at the rate of 13.38. So here 13.38 hours, here also 13.38 hours, and here as well. You have to calculate the total cost based on 13.38 hours each. So you just have to multiply and add it up. That's it. Nothing much is left in this. The cost of the initial order will be charged. So here it has been done, the total cost of the initial order. Then I made it 230 also. It's the same thing, right? So I explained it to you per unit. Then you can multiply it by 30 as well. Here it says to use the cost data given to estimate the product cost for the next order, which we have already explained. Next, examine the problems for budgeting cost by the learning effect. So, what it is saying is, tell about the limitations of the learning curve for which the answer is not written below. But you have to mention the limitations of the learning curve, that is, what problems can arise if we do planning based on this. So, the limitations of the learning curve are such that if there is any change in the environment, like if the material quality changes or if a worker leaves, then the learning will not be applicable. Learning will only be applicable if everything remains similar. If there is even a slight change in the product design or if the customer makes any special request. You will find the limitations of learning mentioned above in the material. You will get it if you read it. Be sure to read it, don't skip it, but if this is identified or comes up in a question, then it is important to study it. What is the next question saying? A firm received an order to make and supply 8 units of standard products. An order for 8 units has been received. The 8 units come in a sequence like 1, 2, 4, 8, which involves intricate labor operations. The first unit made takes 10 hours, so here the unit is 1. The average time per unit for 1 unit is 10 hours. The average time per unit for unit 1 is 10 hours. Then what does it say? It is understood that this type of operation is subject to an 80% learning rate. So, what is the learning rate in this? It is 80%.
The workers are getting wages at the rate of rupees 12 per hour.
Workers are getting wages at the rate of rupees 12 per hour. Okay, then what is the total time and cost required to execute the order of 8 units? To execute it, by doubling 1, 2, 4, we will reach there. Since the learning rate is 80%, the times are 10, 8, 6.4 and 5.12. You must calculate total time and labor cost. If it comes to 5.12 per unit, for 8 units at 8 per hour, this is 12. This is answer D. Then it is asked if a repeat order of 24 units is also received from the same customer. Repeat order means another 24 units after that. After 8, 24 more makes 32 units. If it is 32, 8, 16, then 32. Extend this further. So, 4.096 and 3.28 are coming. Alright, so when you have to calculate the repeat order of 24, it has to be the incremental time. How will you find the incremental time? From here, the incremental means total time of 32 units minus total time of 8 units. So, what will be the total time for 32 units? 32 multiplied by 3.28 and what will be the total time for 8 units? 8 multiplied by 5.12. $104.96 minus 8 into 5.12. 104.96 minus 40.96. So, for these 64 hours, we have to take the cost for 64 hours. By doing cost multiplied by 12, you will get the answer. So, check the answer. It is coming to 766.8. That's just a slight rounding off issue, nothing else. I took 3.28 here. Actually, it was 3.268, sir. Even if you round it off a bit, it will still work. The examiner won't say anything. Alright, next, a manager wants to determine an appropriate learning percentage. For a new type of work, his company will undertake unit times for the initial 6 repetitions, which are given below. So, we have to find out the learning percentage. What's new in this? Earlier, the percentage used to be given. Now we have to calculate the percentage. So, how do we calculate the percentage? You should know the first 2 values. The first one is 46. For the second one, it is saying it has become 39 now. This is 2. Meaning, we will understand that this is the second unit, this is the first 2, the average of the first 2 is given. If the average of the first 2 is given, then we will consider what is given in the question, right? Do you think this is not the incremental of the second unit? This is the average of 2 units. So, it is gradually declining. That is also clear from this. And by making the ratio of these 2, we will get the learning percentage. So, what will be the learning percentage? 39 by 46. By doing 39 by 46, it comes to 84.78%. By doing 39 by 46, we are getting 84.78%. Alright, so according to the calculation, this should be the answer, 84.78%. Now you can verify this, that after 2, if we go directly to 4, then for 4 we see 33 is coming. So what is the percentage of 33 and 39? For 33 by 39, by doing 33 by 39, it comes to 84.61. So it never comes out exact. So you can say it's near about 84.78, or you can round it off and say the answer is approximately 85%. Now, what are they saying? Estimate the average time if the total is of 30 units, or plant. So, we have to go up to 30 units. So, y is equal to the time for the first one, which is 46. And 85%, whose value is not given to us here, so how will you solve the sum without the value? So, for this value, we need the log values. This time, we don't even remember the value for 85%, and then there's 32 to the power as well. Now, what does this be? That will be understood only after looking at the solution. They have taken the value of b from the log, so it will be according to that. So here, they have calculated and brought minus 0.2344. If you refer here, it has brought out minus 0.2344. But for this, the value should be given in the exam. This value should be given. Alright, the values should be given. Otherwise, it won't be possible. What if it's not given in the exam? Then nothing can be done. You will have to figure it out from the options. How will it be possible otherwise? We can't remember such values ourselves, so we'll solve it. The answer will come. Then it says, after producing how many units will the completion time be less than 15 minutes per unit? Wow, what a tricky question it's asking. When will our completion time become 15? So, it means here in the equation, it's asking for back calculation. We need 15 per unit. That is, and 46 is the first time, we have to find the value of x. It says the power is minus 0.2344, so we have to solve for x in this. To solve this, I will need the values of log and all, otherwise we won't be able to do it. We will take log on both sides, so log 15 is equal to log 46 plus log of x to the power minus 0.2344. Then log 15 is equal to log 46 minus 0.2344 into log x. By solving all this, we will get the value of log x. By solving all this, we will get the value of log x. I understood it. If we get the value of log x, then we will have to take the antilog. Whatever answer we get, we must take its antilog. Without these values, we cannot solve the sum. In the solution here, log 15 is log 46. No value is given. If the answer is being found directly, then we simply cannot do it. Without, the values, at least we got the idea. But how do we do it? If we get the values, we will be able to do it. What is the next question saying? C. XYZ company does not have any casting department. You need to help them out in finding the total cost for a contract of a single order of 600 units. For one of their products, the total cost for a contract of a single order of 600 units. It is talking about a single order. It is not talking about a repeat order. Single order, first order, initial order, so you have been given the material cost. If you do 15 times 80 rupees, you will get 1200. Labor cost has been given. By multiplying 75 for department 1, you get 600. 100 hours in department 2, 100 hours in department 2, amazing. So, by multiplying 100 by 100, you get 10,000 rupees. By multiplying 100 by 100, it is saying 10,000 as variable overhead. It is 25% of labor. Alright, that labor cost will be finalized later, then the labor time in department 1 and 2 is expected to follow 80% and 70%, so this hasn't come less because the time will change. As per this, 8 and 100 hours. Suppose one of these departments was automated, then no learning rate would apply. In that case, the question would not have mentioned it either. So, you have to do it for 600 units. So, has it been mentioned anywhere here what the lot size is? What is the lot size? Has it been mentioned anywhere here what the lot size will be? Think quickly. Has it been mentioned anywhere about the lot size? It hasn't been mentioned, but average unit has been mentioned. If you look carefully, it says average unit variable cost data for an initial batch of 200 units. Here it says average unit for initial batch of 200 units. Initial batch of 200 units means the lot size is 200 units. So that means doubling is happening in multiples of 200. So in terms of units, it will go from 200 to 400, then to 800. 600 is not coming as the answer here. So what can you do to make this simpler? You can take the lot size as 1, 2, so that we don't have to go to the double. Then we have to come to 3. You have to get this answer as 600. Alright, but again, what is the challenge here? Since there are no values given, you all are stuck again. But still, let's understand the structure once. What will happen for department 1? What will happen for department 2? Here, how much time is being taken for the first one? If you see, the time for the first one in department 1 is 8 hours. But science. Here, the initial size is 200 and you have to finish it in 3 lots, so that means you have to apply learning 3 times. Alright, so if you apply learning 3 times, the learning effect will actually come only twice. Once here and once here, in a way, you have to work on the third one. So, when you do a intro B here, instead of taking the time for the first unit, it would be better if you take the time for. If you do it by taking the first lot for the time, son, this is one way. If you do it by taking the first lot for the time, that's a better way. So, this will be 8 multiplied by 200 according to the lot size, which will be 1600. Alright, then it will be into x. Since you have to work for 3 lots and in the power, it will also be 80% of b. We know that it's minus 3, so if you solve this and see what the answer comes out to be, just look at that. So, 16 times 1 divided by 3 to the power of minus point something. So it will be 1 by 3 to the power of minus point something. So it will be 16 times 1 divided by 3 to the power of minus point something. So, do 1 divided by 3 equals 2. 0.3333 has come, then repeatedly root 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then minus 1. Into 0.32 plus 1. Left out 1 by 3 equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then minus 1 into 0.3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11.702. So multiply 1600 by 0.702. 11,123.31. So this is the answer per lot. Keep in mind, this is per lot, and if you want the total for 3 lots, you will have to multiply by 3. If you multiply by 3, it comes to 3,369.93. Let's keep it like this, up to 2 decimals. Now, suppose in this calculation, instead of taking 1600, we take only 8 here, but take 3 here, then what would happen? So, if you do 8 into 0.702, 8 into 0.702, it comes to 5.616 from 5.616. Then, if I take the answer as 5.616 here, it would be considered per unit. So, if it is considered per unit, then multiplying by 600 would give 3369 point something. So, when I did it using 1600, I got the total value. Even if you use 8, the answer will be per unit. But keep in mind that here you have to take 3. If you take 600 here, then the color will be done. Now, in the same way, you will have to do it for department 2. What will happen in department 2? Here, if you do y equal to 100 into 200, then it is 20,000 over per lot into 3 lot to the power. Now, we do not know its b. But if we look from here, it is minus 0.515, if not 70%, then it will be given in the value question. Alright, so if you solve this, then this answer is coming. I am just checking the answer here. You can try it yourself and see. This answer is coming to 11,358.279. I'll just say 11,358.28 per lot. Alright, and if you multiply this by 3, then it comes to 34,074, 34.07484. This is the total for 3 lots, so you can also do it per unit if you want. I have explained it to you, right? But this cannot be done without the learning curve values. If the values are not given in the question, then it cannot be done without them. I hope the idea is clear to you guys now. It's gone Waika. Value. So, what has been asked in the question? You have to calculate the total cost for 600 units. So can you do it? Total cost. In total cost, material cost is 1200, 15 multiplied by 80, 1200 into, if you do 600, that's better, this will be the total. For direct labor, the hours for department 1 that we calculated were 3,369.4, you have to multiply that by 15 rupees. Sorry, multiply it by 75, multiply by 75. Then for department 2, 34,074.84, multiply that by 100. The total from both of these will come. Then there is variable overhead. Variable overhead is 25% of labor. So if you take 25% of direct labor, you will get the variable overhead. Add both of these and then take 25%. After variable overhead, there is nothing else, so you will get the total cost. Now, can you put in this much effort? It's such an easy task, isn't it? You can definitely put in at least this much effort. If you look at the solution here, you can see a mistake. If I do 1200 into 600 here, it doesn't come to 72,000. It comes to 7,20,000. When you do 1200 into 600, you get 7,20,000. So this is an error here. So your answer won't match. Okay. Another thing to notice here is that it is written as average unit variable cost. Pay attention. This is the unit variable cost for the initial batch of 200. So this is per unit. You need to keep all this in mind as well. This cost is not per lot. It is per unit only. Whatever you all have done is correct. But in the solution, 1 0 is missing here, so accordingly, the answer will change here. So complete this and find the answer. Check what you get. I'm a great illustrator. This is a very different type of question. You can call this a theory or case study type question. It's something that requires some thinking. It's a good question, so what is being said in this is that there is a company whose product is being recalled. What often happens with cars? They make a model, and sometimes when the car comes to the workshop, a defect is found later on. If someone brings their car for insurance and a defect is found, then what do these people do? For all the cars made in that particular batch, they send letters, emails, and make calls to everyone asking them to bring their cars in because there is a defect. It won't cost you anything to get it fixed. And the company pays the dealers so that customers can get their cars fixed at the dealer's workshop, which helps maintain the company's goodwill. Otherwise, what happens is that the government can also go after those companies. If they don't get the safety license, then their cars won't be able to be sold in the future. So, to address this problem, this question has been raised that there was some defect here due to which there could be an issue with the braking. The recall covers a span of 3 model years, meaning all the cars manufactured over those 3 years will be recalled. The company has sent letters promising to repair the defect at no cost at any dealership, meaning the customer does not have to pay anything. They can get the repair done at any dealership. The company policy is to pay the dealer a fixed amount per repair. We will give the dealer a fixed amount. The repair is somewhat complicated, and the company expects that learning will also be a factor in it. In order to set a reasonable rate for repairs, the company conducted a number of repairs in-house. The company itself conducted the repairs and fixed the rate at 7,000 rupee per repair. But with a flat hourly rate of 1,700 rupees, if they are charging 7,000 rupee per repair, then accordingly, approximately 4.12 hours per repair has been considered. Assuming a learning rate of 90%, okay, so let's assume a learning rate of 90%. For example, the value of y is 4.12, but we don't know the time for the first unit. We don't know one time, and as per x to the power b, this comes to minus 0.1518 according to 90%. And it is not even known on how many units it is coming. We don't know a and x. But we do know that the average time, assuming 4.12, has been taken as 1700. That means it has been taken as 7,000. Shortly after, the dealers began making the repairs when the repairs started happening at the dealer's end. The company received complaints from dealers that they were encountering resistance from the workers who felt that the flat rate was too low and threatened to refuse to work on the jobs. In such a situation, the workers are just creating drama. They are giving a very low rate. One of the dealers collected data on task time and sent it to the company. For example, Ness followed 3 mechanics who completed 2 repairs, so data for 3 mechanics was sent. Their average time for the first unit was 9.6 and for the second unit, the time was 7.2. Second unit means, as we always say, the first 2 combined, so the average was taken from 3 people because the exact time cannot be determined. Sometimes, for some person, the time may be a little more or less, so all these average times were calculated. After getting the work done by all 3 people, if you look at the learning rate, then by doing 7.2 divided by 9.6, the learning rate comes out to 75%. Dividing 7.2 by 9.6 gives 0.75, while 90% was assumed, but here it's 75%. So, if the learning rate is better, hours should be less. According to the calculation, if the learning rate is less, the hours should be even less. In that case, the company is actually giving more. By giving based on a high learning rate, it means the company is paying more money. These people should get less. These people will take less time. the dealer is asking for more money. At 8,500 per repair, you have been asked to investigate the situation and prepare a report. Prepare a list of questions. Jet will need to have these questions answered in order to analyze the situations. Comment on the information given in the case and share what thoughts you would have regarding the solution to the points raised. You should think of some solutions within this itself and also mention what extra details you would need. So, in terms of extra details, what I understand is, what was the first time taken here? At which volume will this one come? This 4.12? We did not understand this, so we did not understand these two questions. Meaning, how much was the first repair time? See, there are some questions here that you will have to learn. If you want to answer this, like it is written here, the learning percentage conserved by manufacturer, we don't even know on what basis 90% was taken, nor at what time the repair has been allocated by the manufacturer. Time for repair is like, how much time was taken in the initial repair? Then there is how many repairs this is actually available. So the same, how many repairs this time is actually available, meaning what is the value of X and what is the value of A, we are not able to figure that out. And how many such repair jobs will come, about which nothing has been mentioned, and on this demand, is the higher age justified, is the suggested rate by the dealer acceptable? So all these questions we have to answer here in order to analyze the situation. That means the point of concern here is this, sir. So one concern we are able to understand is that we do not know A and X. The second thing being said is, on what basis did the company choose the 90% rate, and then whether the rate these people are demanding here is justified or not. How much quantity of such repair jobs will come? If we get answers to all these questions, then maybe we will be able to conclude the whole situation. Then, commenting on the information provided in the case, what we understand from the information is that the learning rate is 75%. Right now, it seems that 4.12 hours have been allotted, but this is for repair after a learning effect of 90%. Now, if we assume here that a person did the first request in 9.6 hours. Alright, so if the first repair was done in 9.6 hours, then you can imagine. If the first repair was done in 9.6 hours, then the second repair at a learning rate of 75%. If we proceed, how much time will it take? 0.75 was done on 7.2. How much will the fourth one take? 7.2. If you input 0.75, it will be 5.4, and after 4, the double is 8. When is the eighth done? Multiply by 0.75, it comes to 4.05. This is coming to 4.05. Is it okay? It's coming to 4.05. 4.05 means that by the eighth one, it will be less than 4.12. So, by doing this analysis, we understand that what the worker is saying, that it is taking us more time, is actually not correct, because by the eighth one, it will come to this value. We don't know how the company calculated it. By the eighth repair, workers see it reach this value. This is what we understand. We are able to understand this. Alright, so the worker's demand is not justified because by the eighth one, his time will be achieved. So, the rate of 7,000 fixed by the company seems fine so far, as per this information received. Alright, so this is how you have to answer it. This is quite a good question, it's a main one. What will you raise this question of? You must have read it once. And now that you have understood it, you will be able to answer easily. Very good. After that, there are MCQs. You have to do these on your own. It's important to attempt the MCQs by yourself. You should not ignore this. Don't make excuses like there's no time. You have to do the true-false as well, whether it comes in the exam or not. You also have to do the fill in the blanks. even if it comes in the exam or not. Alright, next there are numerical MCQs as well. You have to try those too. Whatever is given, you have to try everything. Here, there are some more comprehensive numerical problems. I'll explain those as well because you might face some difficulty in understanding them. See what the first question is saying. A tool manufacturing company wants to sell 49 units to a customer. Calculate the minimum learning rate if the 49th unit cannot take more than 5.6 hours, given that the first unit takes 16 hours. You are being asked to find the learning rate. Alright, and this will only work if you fit it into the equation. 49 units doesn't come by simply doubling. So, you have to write y equals a into x to the power b. So, what will your y be equal to? 5.6. So, y equals what? 5.6 is equal to, what is the value of a? 16 into x to the power b. So, we know the value of x is 49 and b means you have to find this b. From this, the learning index will be found. Okay, so this log will come out in time. Values are not given, so we can't solve it. It will happen on time. If given logarithm values, we could answer. How does its value come? Log LCR by log 2, but we don't have enough values to do this, so we are not able to give the answer for this. So leave it. But you got the idea. You just have to put it in the equation and you were asked to find the value of b, okay. If this unit was such that it would reach a by doubling, then we wouldn't even need the equation. We could find the answer that way too. What is it from 90 or 80%? What is it from 70%? We could have just estimated and figured it's between 90 and 80. It's coming between 80 and 70, right? Then we could have tried with 85. We could have tried with 75 as well, provided that these units were something like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. Then what is it saying in the second question? Assume that the first unit of a very special product takes 15 hours. This is the value of A, and the learning rate is 74%. How many units should at least be produced to reduce the time per unit to 6 hours or less? So what is it asking here? What is set in the equation? The required time is 6, which is equal to a times what? It is 15 into learning rate. You know it's 74%, so x to the power of b. Now, the value of b will be log of LCR, that is, log 0.74 divided by log 2. Using log 0.74 divided by log 2, you get b. Then, after solving, you get x. Again, we can't do this, because the values are not given here. But you have got the idea. How do you have to do it? If you get the values, then what is the next? Third question saying, a lot of 20 units to be produced, labor cost is 150 per hour, setup cost is 3,500. So this is like a fixed cost. 3,500, material cost is 1,500 per unit, learning percentage is 90, over it is charged at the rate of 50% of material, labor and setup cost. Determine the average unit cost for the lot when the first unit took 5 hours to complete. So here, you have to calculate the average unit cost for the lot. When the first unit took 5 hours, so we have got the value of A as 5 hours. What is this value of A? It is 5 hours, right? What we have to do is go up to 20, so it is given as per the first unit. In the first, it's not lot size, it's unit, so the doubling of units goes as 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, so 20 is not in this sequence. So, we'll have to use the equation. In the equation, the value of x will be 20. How is the equation formed? Y equals A times x to the power b. A is 5, x is 20, and at 90%. The learning index in science is minus 0.1518. So, 20 to the power minus 0.1518 gives y as 3.17.
So, what is 3.17? 3.17 is the average time for 1 unit for the first 20 units. Now, based on this 3.17, we have done the costing on the side. If you look at the costing per unit for material, it's 1,500 rupees, and for labor, the costing is 150 rupees per hour. So for 150 nuts, it will be 150 times 3.17 for 76. Then, the setup cost is 3,500, which we have divided per unit. By doing 3,500 divided by 20, it comes to 175 each. Plus, we have added 50%. So, 3226 is the answer we have got. Alright, why did we add 50%? Because it is mentioned for overheads 50% of total material, labor and setup cost. So, the setup cost has to be treated like a fixed cost. Keep that in mind. Next, what is it saying for number 4? The organization to which you belong is a regular supplier to Indian Railways. Submission of bids against various tenders is a regular affair for the firm. Alright, here now they are discussing something related to the bid. As a part of the earnest casting department, our job is to help the departments who are dealing with these bids by calculating the cost. Recently, there is a limited tender for the supply of 1600 pieces of a product which is somewhat new to your organization. It is with new things that our learning comes into play. Indian Railways wants the supply in batches of 100 at a time. The batch size they want is 100. It has been estimated that the average cost of the first batch, as per the batch, is 100 per piece for the first batch. And 90% learning rate is applicable to the labor cost on this contract. On the basis of this information, prepare an estimate of the labor cost for the full contract. The full contract is for how many units? It is for 1600, so there are 1600 pieces, meaning it equals 16 lots. Because one lot is 100 units, one lot equals 100 units. So, 1600 means 16 lots, and if you double 16, you get that. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Look here on the side, I have done it on 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. This is the lot size, and this is the number of units at the average time. So, if we keep reducing the units at the average time according to 90, then for my first 16, it comes to 65.61. So, what will be the answer for the first one? 65.61 is the D time per unit. Sorry, 65.61 is the cost per unit, brother. 100 rupees is the cost. This is not time, it's cost. So, you have to multiply 65.61 by 16. This gives you the cost per lot, and since there are 100 units in a lot, you multiply by 100 as well. Because 65.61 is per unit, you multiply by 1600 since the cost is for 1600 units. Multiplying 16 lots won't be enough. You must multiply by 100. Because the cost given is per piece, not per lot. If it was given as 100 rupees per lot, then we would multiply by 16. Next, the second question says, as per the tender, a supplier will be awarded with another 800 units after successful completion of supply of the first 1600. Find the incremental labor cost for producing 800 more units. 800 people joined after 1600, making the total 2400. 2400 means the lot size is 24, so the total lots are now 24. 24 doesn't come by doubling, right? 24 doesn't come by doubling. It comes up to 16, then jumps to 32. So, if I add another 800 to 1600, it will become 2400. So, for 2400, I will have to take it as 24 in the equation. So, according to the equation, for our average of 24 lots, the first is 100 multiplied by 24 to the power of the learning curve index. Most people know that for 90%, it is minus 0.1518. Still, the value hasn't been given, just think about it. So, after solving for equal to, we got 61.74. From this, the total of 24 lots comes to 61.74 into 24 into 100. You can calculate it yourself.
If you do 61.74 into 24 into 100, you get something like 148,176, right? According to 61.74, now you have to calculate the incremental value. How will you calculate the incremental value? The first answer you got for 1600 and then the answer you got for this 24, the difference between these two is the incremental value, 43,195. So this incremental is the answer for part B. Alright, incremental for part B is this incremental answer, 43,195. Okay, whatever is coming, there might be a slight difference due to decimals. 1,48,176 minus 104,976 equals 43,200. 43,200 is the answer. If there is any slight difference due to decimals, that's a different matter. Next, let's see what the fifth question is saying. A firm has a training program for an operation. Training progress is carefully monitored, and the standard requires a trainee to complete the 6th repetition in 6 hours or less. Only then is the training considered complete. Those who are able to do this are assigned to other jobs. Currently, 3 trainees have each completed 2 repetitions. Trainee Ajay had 9 hours for the first and 8 hours for the second repetition. So, Ajay's timings are 9 and 8. It says trainee Badal has 10 and 8 hours for the first and second. The third is Chanchal with 12 and 9 hours. Which trainee will achieve the standard? Explain with reasons. So, the learning rate from the first and second attempts for both has been calculated. By dividing 8 and 9, we get 89, 80 and 75. Alright. So, what we need to find out is that their 6th repetition time should be 6 hours or less. We have to calculate the average time for the 6th attempt. The problem is we don't have the values, so we can't reduce 89 and 75 without the values. But I do know the value for 80%. Minus 0.322, so by putting minus 0.322, I calculated the time for the 6th one, which comes out to 5.62. This has been achieved, so if the 80% one is achieved, the 75% one will also be. But there are chances the 89% one may not be achieved, so Ajay may not be able to achieve it. Badal and Chanchal will be able to achieve it. The reason is that according to their learning rate, their time is coming out to be less than 6 hours. By reasons, I mean you have to show the calculations, okay. By reason, I mean you have to show the calculations because since their learning rates are 80 and 75, the time is coming out to be less than 6 hours. But we couldn't do the working for these two. Alright. But since Badal's working was done, from his answer we could conclude that Badal achieved it. Next. Look at the 6th question. The vendor of an automobile company is approached by the principals to build special components for them. Based on the previous experience of similar components, the following data has been prepared for the costing department of the vendor. Break-even quantity is at 24 units. Time for producing the 24th unit is 161 hours and the learning rate is 80%. So, pay attention to one more thing. Here, it is written as the 24th unit. Just because it says 24th unit, don't assume that this is the incremental time for the 24th unit. They write 24th just to indicate the first 24 units. Alright, the direct labor cost is 120 per hour. Based on the above data, what quote should be given to the principals for direct labor cost for an order of 30 units? So, what cost will be given for an order of 30 units? First, we need to see, when this 161 came for 24 units, what equation must have been used behind it. If you check its equation, it is 161 is equal to a into 24 to the power 0.8, and since I know it's minus 0.22, I solved it. We have found the value of a from this, which is the time for the first unit, 448. This was the most important time for the first minute 448 came. Now, we have to do it for 30 units, so we'll use the learning curve equation, take a as 448, multiply by 32 to the power minus 0.22 and get the total cost. First we found A, then using A, we calculated the average for 30 units. Now, what is said in the second part? The quotation given above is accepted by the principal and a green signal is given to the vendor to start production. Although the first units took longer than the estimated hours, but after that, it started to stabilize. However, the customer has made some changes in the design after the production started. The customer asked for some changes. They want the change to be implemented after the 15th unit. They are saying to implement the changes after the 15th unit. After that, as per the estimation, the design will cost 30 hours of new work for the 24th unit. When does the learning curve remain the same?
As per the estimation, the design change will cost 30 hours of new work. 30 hours of new work for the 24th unit.
When does the learning curve remain the same? He is asking what will happen because of this. The 24 units that you are thinking will be completed in 161 hours. For that, there will be 30 hours of new work. When the learning curve remains, if it stays as per the learning curve, then 30 hours of new work will be added because of the design change. Then another line is written. In fact, the new work replaces the same amount of work of 30 hours for the 20th unit. The meaning of this line, is not very clear. It's hard to understand what exactly is being said here. To be honest, I myself did not understand with 100% clarity what this line is trying to say or what it means. If we interpret this line to mean that the extra 30 hours that was supposed to be added have now been removed and
it has come back to 161.
In fact, the new work replaces it. Replaces here means that it has been removed the same amount of work of 30 hours on the 30th, 24th unit. So, this means that if the 30 hours of work have been removed again. Alright, then our answer is matching. But what other interpretation can we make of this? If we interpret it as, no, the 30 hours have actually increased, then the answer does not match. So anyway, I'll explain it to you as your answer matches. What should be the revised quotation for the order of 30 units? So, what's happening here is that for the first 15 units, we will run one working. 448 to 187.26 after 15 units. Calculated its cost. According to 187.26 for 15 units, the wage rate here is mentioned as 120 rupee per hour. So, the costing for that has been worked out. The first 15 units are sorted. After that, by the 24th unit, all of our 30 hours of work have been replaced. With the same amount of work, by same amount of work, I mean that up to 161, for the next 9 units, the design has changed here. After 15 units, the time for the next 9 units has all been replaced and comes to 161. If we interpret this again, the thing is going bad, so after 15, as the design changed, we started applying learning all over again. Meaning, it became altogether fresh, so the first unit is now what we can call the 16th unit. Now, the first unit is the 16th, and from there, we go up to the 24th unit. We observe learning for 9 units. So, what was the value of A for the learning of 9 units? It came out to be 26.57, assuming this 161 remained intact, by replacing the same amount of 30 work for 24 units. So, we couldn't even verify this. I don't know if there is some shortcoming in me or if I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe you might find some way, so if you let me know in the comments, I'll do even better next time. But as per my understanding so far, I'm telling you that if we keep 161, then one value is coming out to be 326. So in a way, this has become the time for my 16th unit. Now according to that, do the learning for the next 15. By solving the question in the same way, 326.57 into 15 to the power minus 0.2, we got the answer as 136.51. And according to that, if I calculate the total cost of the next 15 units here again, how much will it be? It will be 136.51 into 15 into 120, which comes to 247,518. And according to this, the total cost of the next 30 units will be how much? It will be your 337,075 plus this 247,518. By adding this, our answer comes to 337,075 plus 247,518. So this comes to approximately 584,593. I was doing something to verify this. This is of no use. It is not helping me. Ultimately, what I explained earlier is what is actually helping. So after the first 15 minutes, the design changed, so I calculated the cost for the first 15 minutes using the learning rate. The concept is clear up to this point. Then for the next 15 units, we have to do the working. Because the design has changed, fresh learning will start again. So I need time for 16th unit. Now, by taking the time for the 16th unit, I will calculate for the next 15 units. For the time of the 16th unit, the answer I have is that the 161 given here for the 24th unit has been replaced, and now everything is based on the 24th unit. That's why 161 is equal to the 24th unit, so a new learning is starting here. By saying this, 9 units were taken and the value of A was calculated. With that, the next 15 units were worked out and both added. But the meaning of this line and the English here is quite confusing. If it had been written properly and neatly, it would have been easier for us. So, look at this answer. It's coming approximately as expected. Here, this is to 45718. I wrote it wrong. From 45 to 118 to 45718 plus 3,370.75. So this comes to 582,793, which is quite close to 583. This could be the interpretation. There is no other way. What was the biggest challenge you noticed? The institute didn't give all the values in math. Maybe when making the math, they thought students would check the log and antilog tables. We aren't in the habit of looking at tables. If you give us the values, we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll try to figure it out from the options. While studying, just check if the values are given. 99% of the time you won't get them. So, if you remember the index for common learning rates like 90% and 80%, you can solve the sum. There can be a lot of thinking in learning. That can be an innumerable sum. Please try to understand. This is the most brainstorming part. Now, when you attempt the MCQs, it will take your brainstorming to the next level. There is always a chance that one question from this will appear in the MCQs. They definitely include at least one question on learning in the MCQs. So with this, the chapter on learning is finished. Okay, so now we are starting a new chapter, Business Application of Maxima and Minima. Yes, for those who do not know calculus at all, they should not touch this chapter. You can skip this in the options. Those who know calculus will move ahead, so I am proceeding assuming you know calculus. Now, as you move ahead, in the first question it says to maximize total revenue. If you read here, it is written maximize total revenue. What do we have to maximize here? Total revenue. So, to maximize total revenue, in step number 1, we always need the expression of what we have to maximize, and then we apply some steps on it. Here, if you look at the question details, a value for Q is given and price P is mentioned. We have to find total revenue, which is price times quantity, that is P times Q. Now, if I substitute the value of Q here, everything will be in terms of P, or since Q's value is given in the equation, I can find P from here. If I substitute P's value, all is in terms of Q. There are two ways, quantity or price. The quantity method is more popular and used more. The price method is used only in this sum. I will explain using both methods. First, let me explain with respect to quantity. What did we do? From the quantity equation, we derived the price equation. Then, we substituted that price equation into TR on the right side and it has been marked. The price equation has been substituted into TR. So, when the value of P is multiplied with Q, everything is now in terms of Q. So, the entire sum is now based on Q. Now, after this, the applicable steps come in. In the steps, the very first step is the first order derivative. Find the first order derivative, that is, step number 1. So, the first order derivative of the function that needs to be maximized or minimized has to be calculated. That's step number 1. First order derivative. What is step number 1? First order derivative, alright. This is step number 1. Step number 1 is the first order derivative. So, with the first order derivative, what are we doing here? We are taking d dq, ftr, that is, we are differentiating with respect to q, because everything in the question is in terms of q. So, whichever variable the whole question is based on, we will take the derivative with respect to that variable. Here, the derivative of the constant will remain the same. The derivative of q squared will be to q and the constant will be copied as it is. This is the first order derivative. Now, what is step number 2? We have to set the first order derivative to 0 and find the value of q, or whatever the variable is, we have to find its value. Set the first order derivative to 0. By setting the first order equal to 0, we have to find the value. So, we have got the value of q. What is to be done in step number 3? We have to take the second order derivative of tr. Second order derivative of tr means, if we take its derivative once again, then how do we write it? d squared by dq squared of tr. So its answer is 41, 500 by 450 it becomes 0, minus 2q by 450, minus 2 by 450 comes, which is negative. If it is negative, then you can say that you have reached the maxima. If it is positive, then it is a minima. The second order derivative should be negative for maxima and positive for minima. So if the value of q is 2750, then we will get the maximum. Now from this, we have to find p. So the price equation that we derived above, 4158 by 450 minus q by 450. If I put q's value as 2750 in that, then we will get the value of p. So this is one way to do it. Now, what could be another way to do all this? If we did all in p respect, then on the right, as on the left, CTR, in cult PQ, when we put q's value, all comes in p. Then dr, dtp, ftr is taken, first order derivative, your step 1. Then, by setting it to 0 and solving, the value of p was found to be 46.1. Then, in step number 3, the second order was taken to check. So, it came out negative, which means we have reached the maxima. So, in this, the answer for the price came directly. Since it was not asked, you can leave p as is. So in this sum, the price 1 seems much shorter. With q, there's one extra step, that's the only difference. The one with q is universal, used every time, and will be used in this sum. Now, let's come to the second question. In illustration 2, it's a minimization problem, but what is it asking to minimize? It says you have to minimize the average cost. What is average cost? It's total cost divided by quantity. In the question, the function for total cost is given. See here, at the bottom right, I have written C, k smiley equals whatever is given, that is the total cost. From this, the average cost is first calculated, which is equal to the total cost divided by x. Now, we have to minimize this. So, what are the steps to minimize? Step number 1, you will take the derivative of c with respect to x. Everything will be in terms of x, since x here is the quantity. Then, what will you do in step number 2? Whatever answer you get above, you will equate it to 0, so from that you will get the value of x. And in step number 3, what will you do? You will find the second order derivative for AC to find out the answer, You will find the second order derivative for AC to find out the answer. Alright, now if you have to minimize or reduce this, then in order to do that, this should come out to be positive. Now think, if something in terms of x comes up, we will substitute the value of x. Whatever answer for x we got in step 2, we will put that value. So, the answer for step 3 should come out positive if we need to substitute x. So, what is being asked? They are asking you how many units should be manufactured for the average cost to be minimum. So, we have got the value of x. Also, find the value of average cost and total cost at that level. So, by substituting this value of x back into the average cost, you will get the average cost, and as per the question, when you substitute the value of x in the total cost, you will get the total cost. Alright, so you will get both the average cost and the total cost, and in this way, your answer will be complete. You understood, but you are just saying yes. You will actually have to try it out yourself. I haven't done it right now because I am hoping that you will also try to do some things on your own. Now, if you don't know how to take the derivative of y with respect to x, then its derivative will be 1400 into x to the power minus 1. You can write it like this. And what happens to its derivative? The minus 1 will come down, 1400 remains as it is, so it becomes 1400 into minus 1. Alright, 1400 into minus 1 into x to the power minus 1. The formula is the derivative of x to the power n is n into x to the power n minus 1. So, similarly, x to the power minus 1. Minus 1 came down and x to the power minus 1 became. Result, minus 4400 minus 1 times 14400x minus 14400 over x squared. The derivative of 550 is 0. The derivative of a constant is 0. The derivative of 0.01x is 0.01. So, you will have to solve this yourself. I am not doing that hard work here. I am just guiding you. You have to solve it. You have to solve it by yourself. When you come to the classes, all this is already covered there. Even in the classes, it is guided that those who do not understand calculus well, please excuse yourselves. I mean, even from the sector, they have been given the same guidance. For those who understand, this is a lottery question, a bonanza question. They simply cannot leave this one. So, the next question is, we handle multiple independent variables using the concept of partial derivatives. They are handled by way of partial derivatives. How do we handle them? By partial derivatives. So, we will proceed with partial derivatives. To understand how it works, we need a question. Let's look at station 3. What is it saying? We have to maximize profit. Learn this step of partial derivatives. Here, a profit function is given. How do we know this is a partial derivatives question? Because in one function, two variables are given, while normally there is only one. If there is only one variable, then the steps above will apply. If there are two variables, then partial derivatives will be used. Now after this, our first step. After this, how will our first step come? The first step is that you assume this. Suppose we have a function. We are finding f, kiss smiley. F, kiss smiley means we take its derivative with respect to x. When taking the derivative with respect to x, y is treated as a constant. What do? We treat y as a constant, so y is considered constant. So, what is its derivative? The derivative of 100x, the derivative of 100x squared is 2x, and y will be treated as a constant. As will be the two treats, so will be the y trait. So, minus 2y and 200y is a constant, so 0 minus 3y, the derivative of y squared will be 0 again. You have to find f5y, which means you have to take the derivative of this again. but assuming x is constant, and you have to think that we are taking the derivative with respect to y. It means it's like doing something with d dy, like taking the derivative with respect to y. Just think of it this way, something is happening with d dy. This is the symbol for partial derivative. Actually, if you normally make its symbol, you make this kind of d of profit with respect. So, we are doing it with respect to x. So from this, it becomes clear that y is constant here, whose symbol is d of profit with respect to x. So from y, it is understood that x is constant here. If x is constant, then this becomes 0, this also becomes 0, and here x is constant, so minus 2x will come, and here plus 200y is there, so plus 200 will come, and minus 3y squared is there, so it will become minus 6y. Step 1 is done. After step 1, step 2 will come, step 2. How will this come? Basically, we set it equal to 0 and find the values f is smiley equal to 0, f y equal to 0. By solving this, we get the values of x and y. These are called critical values. What do we call them? Critical values. Values. Looking at this solution, it's clear that x is 25 and y is also 25. I'm not solving it, just saying if you set this equation and this one to 0, then solve both at the same time, you'll get the answer. In step 3, there's a second order derivative, and here it's a bit special. You have to take the derivative of f is smiley with respect to x again. That means whatever you got here, you have to take its derivative with respect to x again. Assuming y is constant, we have to do it again considering y as a constant. So what will this be? 100 will become 0, minus 2. What about x? Minus 2 will remain minus 2. X's minus 2 will be minus 2, and with respect to x, minus 2y will become 0. So this is coming as minus 2. We will name this as a. We will call this a. Then you have to find fxy. Fxy means. Again, you will take the partial derivative of this with respect to y, and here x will be considered as constant because it is with respect to y. So the derivative of 100 will be 0, x is constant, so the derivative of x is 0, and y is constant as it is with respect to y. So minus 2 will come here. So the answer for this is also coming out to be minus 2. So we will call this b, and the third will be fyy. Some students might panic and give up. But there's no need to panic yet. If you know how to do it, you can solve it. You just need to use your mind a little. Fyy means the answer that came here, its derivative with respect to. So we have to take with respect to y. So the derivative of minus 2x will be. Because 200 is a constant, its derivative will be 0, and for minus 6y, it will be minus 6. So this answer is minus 6. This is equal to what? C. What will you call this? This is equal to C. Understood? This is equal to C. So what do we understand from this? By doing fx6, fxy and fyy, we are getting our answers. A, B, C. Then we have to do this. D is equal to AC minus B squared. You have to remember this. So, AC minus B squared. If you do it, then A is minus 2, C is minus 6, and minus B squared. Minus 2 squared. So this will be 12. 6's are 72, minus 2 squared. 4. So this is 72 minus 4, which is 68. Now, what does the condition say? The condition says that if the value of D comes out to be equal to 0, then the test fails. If the value of D is equal to 0, then the test fails if the value of D is less than 0. If D is 0, a saddle point exists. If D is greater than 0, there will be a maximum or minimum. So, D is greater than 0, meaning there will be either a maximum or a minimum. But how do we know which? That depends on the values of A and C. If the values of A and C are less than 0, alright, that means it's a maximum. If the values of A and C are greater than 0, then it means it's a minimum. What is the condition? If D is less than 0, it's a saddle point. If D is greater than 0, A and C should be less than 0 for a maximum. If A and C are greater than 0, it's a minimum. If D equals 0, the test fails. Here, A and C are less than 0, D is greater than 0, so the maximum is at 25, 25, X is 25, Y is 25. This is the solution. Remember these steps. Anyone with some knowledge of derivatives can learn this. Now, in the same way, there is a similar question at station number 4, alright? It's the same as station 3, which you have to try on your own. But what is happening here is that the amount of work increases a bit, because when you are solving for the critical values, like here, there was only one critical value, 25, 25. This time, when you solve it completely, you will see that there are 4 critical values coming up. So, the critical values you get here are 4, C, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3, 2, and 1, 2. So then, when we find A, B, C, and D, you will have to calculate A, B, C, and D for all 4 values. See, for all 4 values, A, B, C, and D have been calculated. Alright, the value of A, B, C, and D, and then conditions have been applied to all 4 and checked. For example, at point 0, 0, what is happening is only D is 0. Today the value of D is negative. The value of D is negative here. If D is negative here, then what will you say? A saddle point exists. It is a saddle point, meaning it is neither a maximum nor a minimum. It is a saddle point. This means it is neither a maximum nor a minimum. And if you see here, our critical point is minus 3, 0. So what is the value of D coming out to be? It is coming out to be minus 9. The value of D means the value of D is minus 9, which means it is less than 0. So again we will say a saddle point exists. Now look here, the value of D is coming out to be minus 9. So if the value of D is 0, then a saddle point exists only there. If you see, the value of D is 3, so D is greater than 0. So now we will check what is the value of A and what is the value of C. The value of A is 1 and the value of C is 4. So NC, which is 0. Therefore, what will we say? There is a minimum here. In this question, it hasn't been asked whether to maximize or minimize. It is just asking you to find all the possibilities from the critical points, find all the critical points. But the working is of the same type as before. So, you have understood the flow. If you have understood partial derivatives in that question, then you will be able to do it in this one as well. You can do it by looking at the solution here. Those who can should try, those who can't shouldn't force themselves. I am reminding you again because in the exam, we should not attempt questions we are not sure about. If we attempt, we should do it correctly. Alright, let's move to the next question. This is a question from the equilibrium situation. In the type of questions related to equilibrium situations, there is one question based on a single plant and single customer type. The question of single plant, single customer is usually very easy, where you are asked to maximize profit. So, in the question, they will give you the functions of TR and TC that we have a single product, it is manufactured at a single place and sold in a single market and its price is fixed. So, TR will be calculated as price into quantity and the TC will be given in the question. So, if you don't solve it using the equilibrium condition, how will you do it? By subtracting TC from TR, option 1, what is option 1? TR minus TC, that's profit. So, first you will have to find the profit equation and then, just like I explained earlier about the profit maximization, you will have to do it in the same way. The explanation earlier was about TR. Sorry, I said profit, but actually I hadn't explained the profit part yet. Or sorry, I didn't explain the profit part, it was about TR. Leave that, let me explain now. So, profit is equal to TR minus TC. Here, we will substitute the value of TR and the value of TC and then we will follow our steps. We will take the derivative of profit with respect to X. Then, step number 2, we will set this derivative equal to 0, and by solving the value of x from the equation where the derivative of profit with respect to x is 0, we will get the required value. Then, what will we do in step number 3? We will take the second order derivative, and if the value of the second order derivative comes out positive, then it is a minima. If it comes out negative, then we will say it is a maxima, because here we are talking about profit. So, we have to reach the maxima. So, what should this be for us? It should be negative. The second order derivative should be negative. If there are terms of x in this, then the value of x will be quoted from here. So, this is one option, and the second option is the equilibrium condition. What does the equilibrium condition say? You will be doing it in a little different way. That is, you will keep TR and TC separate, you will not subtract them, and what you will do is take the derivative of TR with respect to it. So, x, which we call MR, MR is the dx of TR. Then, in step number 2, what will you do? Here, you will come to TC, and there you will find MC, that is, you will take the dx of TC, so you will get MC. Then, what you have to do is equate MR to MC. This will be your step number 2. After equating, you will get the value of x. Then, in step number 3, what do you have to do? You have to take the second order derivative of MR again, which we call the slope of MR, that is, the dx of MR, which is the second order derivative of TR. Similarly, you will also get the slope of MC. In this step, the slope of MC will also come, the slope of MC which is equal to the dx of MC, alright? The slope of MC will also come, and you have to check both of these to see if it is a maxima. So, the condition for maxima is that the slope of MR should be less than the slope of MC, MR should be less, only then will it be maxima. The revenue side should be less than the cost side, so the condition for maxima is satisfied. And then, the value of x that you get, that is your answer. And if you are asked to find the final profit, then to find the final profit, you will be told to find it at that x, which will come by doing TR minus TC. Here also, if you are asked to find the final profit, then it will come by putting x in the profit equation, put x in the profit equation. Here also, how will you get the profit? Put x in the profit equation. Here also, how will you get the profit? Here also, how will you get the profit? It will come by doing TR minus TC, got it? Okay, shall we move ahead to the next station, station number 5. In station 5, what is being said is that you have to use the same example. The equation of TC is given. The equation of demand is given. Pay attention, TR is not given directly, demand is given. Demand means x is given as equal to something, so x is normally the output. So you have got the TC equation, you need the TR equation, which is P into x. To do P into x, what will you get? You will have to find the equation of P from here. What will P be? What will be P? If you rearrange here and there, you will get 100 minus x. What will be the value of P? What will be the value of P? So it will be 100 minus x. So TR will be equal to P into x. So you just put the value of P into x, which is 100 minus k smiley into x, that is equal to 100x minus x squared. So by solving this, we have found TR. Now, from TR, we have to find MR, which is the derivative of TR. From TC, we have to find MC, which is the derivative of TC. Then, we will equate MR and MC, and from that, we will get the value of x. Then we will find the slope of MC and the slope of MR. Slope of MC means we have to take the derivative again. Alright, slope of MC means taking the derivative of MC. What does slope of MR mean? Slope of Mr. means taking the derivative of MR. So, from this, we will get our answer. From this, we will get our answer.
So now you have to check whether the slope of MR is less than the slope of MC or not. If we want to find the maximum, then for maximum, the slope of MR should be less. If this condition is satisfied, then you will conclude whatever is asked in the question, whether you have to tell the output, the price, or calculate the profit. So whatever value of X you get, you will put it in the price equation to find the price. The price equation is 100 minus X. The output is already here, as the value of X itself is the output, and you have to calculate the profit as well. So for profit, you have to do TR minus TC, then you get your answer. This will have to be cut from below. You are saying, "Sir, please complete the whole thing," but Sir will not do that. Sir is just helping you revise and explain the flow. Now, try increasing the value and do it roughly once, then you will understand. Next, look at illustration 6. This is also a very good question, and there is a high chance it will come in the exam. What does the question say? It says that we have production happening at two places, so the cost structure is different at both places, but the product is sold at only one place in the market, so the price is the same and the TR is also the same. So here, the cost functions for the two plants are given as C1 and C2, but the price equation for the market is the same, so only one is given, and in the price, they are asking for the value of X. Assume it is equal to X1 plus X2, and in the cost, the variable here is what is produced in plant 1, X1, and what is produced in plant 2, X2. So, you are asked to tell how much should be produced in both plants so that at equilibrium, our profit is maximized. Equilibrium here means profit maximization. So, how will we do that? For this, I have arranged the steps. First, you calculate TR. How do you get TR? Price into quantity is given, so this time, when you multiply, it will be 200 minus 8x, then multiply by x. So, you have got TR. From TR, you can find MR. This is the derivative of TR with respect to x. So, X, then the total cost which is given. Since it is given twice, once you will find MC1 from TC1. TC1 is given, so you found MC1 and then you found MC2 from the other one. That means take the derivative of each separately, take the derivative of this with respect to x1 and the derivative of the other with respect to x2. And then what you have to do is equate MR and MC. But how will this equation be formed? MR will be equal to MC1 once and MR will be equal to MC to the second time. MR will be equal to MC1 and MR will be equal to MC2. But don't take it so easy, just watch carefully. If you see, the value of MR is coming out to be 200 minus 1.6x, and what is the value of MC1? That is coming out to be 0.6x1 plus 60. So you will say, "Arey bhaiya, here it's x and there it's x1, this is not matching up." So here, you'll have to put the value of x, which is x1 plus x2, right? So what will this be? 200 minus 1.6 into x1 plus x2 is equal to 0.6x1 plus 60. In the same way, here also it will be 200 minus 1.6 into x1 plus x2 is equal to, from MC2, it has come as 1.0x2, meaning x2 plus 30. So when these two equations are formed, they will be in terms of x1 and x2, and from here, we will solve to get x1 equal to and x2 equal to. So if we look at the solution, we are getting the answers for x1 and x2 as 29.1 and 47.5. Now after this, what do we have to do? This was the fourth step. Suppose if you say step on, then in step on we find MR and MC. The entire MR and MC part is done. In step 2, we took the equator in step number 3. Now we have to check the slope. Even if you skip step 3 in the exam, it doesn't matter. You can move ahead, no worries. No one will pay that much attention to whether you did step 3 or not. That's what I feel, but still in step 3. Now here, there is something new to learn, and this new thing is that you will have to find the slope of MR. So, the slope of MR, then you need the slope of MC as well. So, what is the challenge in finding the slope of MR?
The challenge is, when we go to find the slope of MR, I will have to take the derivative with respect to. So, think MR, whatever value we got for MR, we have to take its derivative. MR came out to be 200 minus 1.66, so the dx of 200 minus 1.66. So, what is its derivative? It is coming out to be minus 1.6. Suppose if there was x squared here, then we would write minus 1.6 into 2x. So, what would be the value of x? It would be x1 plus x2, so x1 plus. The value of x2 would be substituted here, but that situation hasn't come yet, okay? So, we got 1.6 and you have to find the slope of MC1, the slope of MC2, and that is, whatever answer you got for MC1 or MC2, you have to differentiate it again. And what condition do you have to check? That the slope of MR should be less than the slope of MC1, and again, the slope of MR should be less than the slope of MC2. When both these conditions are satisfied, then we will say that we have achieved our goal. When both these are satisfied, then we have achieved our goal, right? So, in the conclusion, the answer for x1 and x2 will be concluded, and if you are asked to tell the quantity, then the quantity, or if you are asked to tell the profit, or anything else. So, to tell the total profit will also be shown by subtracting TC from TR. But try to understand the flow. Try to properly understand what flow is going on in the question. If you have understood the above part, that here we have calculated MR and MC and equated them, then you will understand this as well. The only thing here is that MR is calculated just like we usually do. MC was calculated twice because x1 and x2 are two different variables. MC1 and MC2. Alright, so we calculated MC twice, once as MC1 and once as MC2, and then we set MR equal to MC1 and MR equal to MC2. We set MR equal to MC1 and MR equal to MC2, and when we tried to find x1 and x2 from this, we got two equations. I haven't simplified this, just explained it to give you an idea. If you solve further, you'll get x1 and x2. You will cross-check by taking the slope of MR and the slope of MC. Now look at illustration 7. This is also similar, but here two markets have been created, so it means the revenue equation will be there twice. The cost equation will be there only once, so TC equals 20 plus 20x, in which the value of x is x1 plus x2. But your x1 is equal to this and x2 is equal to this. Since it is given for two separate markets, the procedure is the same. You should first derive the price equation from this and then also derive the price equation from that, alright? After that, find the TR of the first and the TR of the second. Then MR of 1, MR of 2. You will get MR twice, see? P1, P2, TR1, TR2, MR1, MR2. This has been done. Then, since TC is only once, MC will come from TC, which completes step 1. In step 2, you have to equate. How will you equate? MR1 equals MC and MR2 equals MC. This will form one equation. An equation will be formed. If you solve both equations, you find x1 and x2. Whatever is shown next to it in the answer solutions, it will be 6 and 4. Then what needs to be done after that? Step number 3. Step number 3 is the slope of MR1. What needs to be done? Slope of MR1, slope of MR2, and slope of MC. And what else needs to be done? Slope of MC, and since we are at equilibrium, meaning we want to maximize, the condition remains the same that the slope of MR1 should be less than or equal to the slope of MC. And once again, you have to check that the slope of MR2 is also less than or equal to the slope of MC. Alright, so with this, we will be satisfied. So, this will prove that the answer is coming from this. What was asked in the question? They have also asked for the collusive profit, so in the end, profit is also asked. You will have to work out profit as TR minus TC. This has been done here. If you know this, it will seem very easy to you. You will be able to recall it. If you don't know it and are thinking that you will learn it now, then let me tell you, brother, why are you getting into trouble? You can choose the other option, brother, this is something to learn, but remember, this will also come in your SPM subject. This is something to learn because it will come up to this point in SPM as well. In SPM, it will be a bit easier, meaning partial derivatives are not asked much, but normal derivatives are. Yes, so these normal derivatives are not the same as partial derivatives. The partial derivative one was only that ABCD type where you do the equal to AC minus B squared. Okay, in constrained optimization, there is a question using a Lagrange multiplier. This single equality constraint, I am telling you, you can avoid it. If you have attended my class and you have done it there, then if you wish, you can do it. Don't involve me in this either. I'm not even revising this. My suggestion is that there is a very high chance of making mistakes in this. If this comes in the exam, you should skip it. It's just a suggestion, whether you follow it or not is up to you. You have to attempt the MCQs. Whatever MCQ comes from Lagrange multipliers, do attempt it. Alright, next, now let me give you a bit of an idea about the numerical questions as well. In this numerical question, what is being asked in the first question? Here, it is saying that there is a company which sells two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Its demand function, that is, the function of price, is given for both combined, for x and y together. One's for px and one's for py, alright. So when two variables are put into a single function, it means it has become a case of partial derivatives. Then what is it asking you to do? Revenue maximizing level of output. You have to maximize the revenue. Alright, not profit. State the revenue maximizing output level, price of two-wheeler and three-wheeler, and the maximum total revenue. Ensure total revenue is maximized by the second order derivative test. You also have to check the second order. But since it is set to use partial derivatives, how will its flow work? The flow will work like this. What will you do first? See, I am explaining the flow so that you can try it yourself and do it on your own. If you understand the partial derivative above, then first you will find TR of x. How will that come? It will come by doing px into x. So, are you able to understand px into x? Px is given, multiply it by x. Then what will you do? You will take TR of y. How will that come? Will you py into y? How will that come? Will you py into y? TR of x is equal to px into x. TR of y is equal to py into y. TR of x is equal to px into x. TR of y is equal to py into y. Understood? TR of x is equal to whatever answer you get by multiplying it by x. Then what do you have to do? Tell me. What process will you follow to maximize revenue? Tell me. Think about it. Here, we will take its derivative with respect to. We will take its derivative with respect to x. Alright, dtr of whatever is coming, dtr with respect to x. Then we will take its derivative as well, similarly dtr with respect to ai. Alright, then what will we do? Now, if you move ahead in this sum, since two different ones are coming, but ones with respect to x and ones with respect to y, since two different ones are coming, the flow will become a bit easier. if we look at this from the perspective of proper partial derivative sums, in those proper partial derivative sums, there was only one function with two variables. Sir, your point just went over my head. Wait, just look at it once. If you see it with your eyes, it won't go over your head. It will go right into your eyes. So, in the sum of partial derivatives that we were doing, how many functions were given? There were two variables in the same function. Here also, there was only one function with two variables. So, the system for that is that you have to take the same function once with respect to x and once with respect to y, and then set it equal to 0, and then you proceed with a, b, c, d. There was only one function, but what is happening this time? Partial derivative is having two functions. What is happening this time? Partial derivative is having two functions. Can you see? What do you see this time? Partial derivative with two separate functions. Function means the equations are separate, so I won't have to go into a, b, c, d for this. I will just do this. I will take the derivatives separately. The normal steps we follow, then I will set this equal to 0. What will I do? Equal to 0, equal to 0. I will set both of these separately equal to 0. So by solving this, I will get the values of x and y, and in step number 3, I will check the second order derivative. How will the second order derivative be done? Shall I do this sum for you now? You will feel a bit relieved because its solution hasn't been given. Let me do it. You will understand better, so let's do px into x. Here, what will come is 40x minus 0.02 x squared minus 0.01 xy. So, what will we get after solving this? What will we get after solving this? The derivative of 40x will be 40. The derivative of x squared is 2x, so minus 0.04x minus 0.01 xy is given. So if minus 0.01 xy is given, what will be its derivative? Y will be treated like a constant, so minus 0.01 y will come. Then we have to set this equal to 0. Are you able to understand now? In the same way, it will come here as well, so we have to set this equal to 0 too. Now, we have to find its second order derivative. d squared by dr by dx squared. If you take its second order derivative, how will it come out? For 40, it will become 0. Minus 0.04x is there, so it will remain minus 0.04. With x, the constant is there, so its derivative will be 0.04, and this constant part will become 0. Y means y will be like a constant when we are taking the derivative with respect to x. Y will be treated like a constant. So what is this? Minus 0.04. In the same way, you can do it for the other side as well. This will also have some answer, and for maximizing, what does our condition say? This should be negative, so this is negative, and this should also be negative. Both will come out negative. So you will say maximum achieved, maximized, understood. And then, whatever values of x and y you get, the question also asks you to calculate the total revenue from them. So, using the given values of x and y, you have to find the total revenue of x and the total revenue of y. Now do you understand what flow you have to follow? Yes sir, you said you will make us do the whole thing. I don't know, suddenly while teaching, either a sinful thought or a divine thought came to my mind. I thought, if the student doesn't do it himself, he won't learn. That's why I explained a little and then stopped. I thought I'd get it done. I don't know why I stopped midway. So, you must do this yourself. My conscience won't let me.
My conscience is saying, if the student does it himself, he'll get the answer or he'll become strong. Now no one can mislead me. If a lion comes in front of me, I'll take him on.
So, this is only possible if you attempt this question yourself. Alright, if you know it, you can do it. I mean, if you understand even a bit about derivatives. If not, that's alright. This is about a function of Cock-Dogler. I have taught this in one of the classes. It's very good for knowledge, but for now, during revision, I'd say ignore it. If it comes in the exam, try to eliminate it using the options. This third question is also about partial derivatives. What is it saying in this one? Look, the manufacturer estimates his annual sales as a function of expenditure made for social media and TV advertising, as here Z is given as equal to something. This is a function of sales in units. And here it says, where Z denotes the number of TVs sold per year and X and Y denote the amount spent on TV and social media advertising. So, X and Y are some newly defined variables. This time, instead of talking about quantity and all, it is saying that the social media spend is there, so determine how much amount should be spent on the two types of advertising in order to maximize the number of TVs sold. So, in this sum, since a single function is given here. Alright, what was this one about partial derivatives? Partial derivatives were there too, but there were two separate functions, so that was a sum, right? It became very simple. There was no need for A, B, C, D in that. Since there were two separate functions, but here the partial derivative is with a single function. Since it's a single function, if you look at the examples we did earlier, the illustrations we saw, it's just like that. What will be the flow for this? It will be the same, first f with respect to x, then f with respect to y. For this equation, the second step is f equals 0, f with respect to y equals 0. In the third step, you have to find f with respect to x twice, which is equal to a, f with respect to x and then y, which is equal to b, f with respect to y twice, which is equal to c, and d is equal to ac minus b squared. Then, if the value of d is less than 0, it is a saddle point, b. If d is greater than 0, then if ac is less than 0, it's a maxima. This is called a local maxima. Remember, it's a local maxima. If ac is greater than 0, then it's a local minima. Then if d is equal to 0, the test fails. You will have to use all these points. This applies to all of this. Alright. Can you understand? Now solve this, just do it and give it to us. The answer will come. The answer will come. Absolutely guaranteed. Now look, I am coming to question number 4. Understand the structure of question 4. This is the two-market type partial, the two-market type sum. Forget about the word partial derivative for now, but just like we did the two-plant one, the two-market one, this sum is exactly like that. But there is a little twist in this. If you look at what that twist is, you'll understand. So earlier, when we did the two-market sum, the concept of x equals x1 plus x2 made the sum a bit easier. But what is happening here? Here, q1 is given as something, then q2 is given as something. So from this we can find p1, we can find p2. There is no problem in this. But look at the value of c that is given. It is given like this, q1 squared plus 5 q1 q2 plus q2 squared. So the total cost here is given as q1 squared plus 5 q1 q2 plus q2 squared. What has happened here? If q1 and q2 were combined to make a single q, then the sum would have become even easier. Just like we did above. But our approach will still remain the same. Like it was above, so how did we do it above? First, we find TR, then TR1, and then we find TR2. Similarly, here also we will find TR1 and TR2. How will TR1 come out? P1 Q1. How will TR2 come out? P2 Q2. So you will place the value of P1 here in the equation. You will substitute the value of P2 from the equation here. Alright, so what will happen in step number 1? In step number 1, you have to find TR1 and TR2. What will happen in step number 1? You have to find TR1 and TR2. then you have to calculate MR1 and MR2 from that. Take the derivative of that with respect to its main variable. If its main variable is with respect to Q1, then it will be with respect to Q1. If it is with respect to Q2, then it will be according to Q2, whichever is its main variable. Then what do you have to do? TC is given. TC is given, but you have to find MC1 from TC, and then the MC1 that you get will be with respect to Q1, and you also have to find MC2, which will be with respect to Q2. Alright, this is your complete step 1. Then in step number 2, you have to equate MR1 with MC1. MR2 will be equated with MC2, and by solving both of these, we will get the values of Q1 and Q2. Alright, then what do you have to do in step number 3? The same second order derivative. You have to check the slope of MR here as well. You have to check the slope of MR2 here, check MC, and look at both sides in the same way. Here, 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 and here. On the left side, everything will be with respect to Q1. On the right side, everything will be with respect to Q2. So, from this, our answer will be A. Alright, so just to show you the flow, I'll show you the notes from our class. So maybe you'll find it easier. Look, this is the same sum that I was just explaining to you. This was done in class, so I've opened it again. Just to give you a glimpse of what I was explaining, are you able to understand or not? TR1, P1, Q1, that part is clear. Once we put the value of P1, the value of TR1 came in terms of Q. Then from that, we found MR1. In the same way, we found MR2. The value of TC was found once with respect to Q1 and once with respect to Q2. Then MR1 was equated to MC1. MR2 was equated to MC2. So, by solving this, we got the value of Q1 and the value of Q2. Then the derivative of MR1 was taken. The derivative of MR2 was taken, the derivative of MC1 was taken, and MC2 was also taken. So, MR1 should be less than the slope of MR, meaning the derivative of MR1 should be less than the derivative of MC1. So, that condition was proved. So now the conditions are satisfied, so the profit will be maximum. To find the maximum profit in the equation, you can do TR1 plus TR2 minus TC. Did you understand? So, this is the same flow. Explain this here. Look at this. See once again, what is TR1 equal to? P1 Q1, so where will P1 come from? It will come from this equation. P2 Q2, so where will P2 come from? It will come from this equation. Then what do we have to do? We have to find the simple equilibrium, right? We have to find the equilibrium, but it is not written anywhere. It is written to maximize profit, so that is actually the equilibrium. That's why you can do it using MR as well, or you can also make the profit equation and solve it in a much longer way. If you solve this sum by making a single profit equation, then it goes into that A, B, C, D type of process. It's better that here, since there are separate equations, we got MR1 from TR1. We got MR2 from TR2. Since only one TC is given, we took the partial derivative from that once. With respect to Q1, we got MC1. See, once we did it with respect to Q1 and once with respect to Q2, so we got MC2. Then we equated MR1 and MC1. We equated MR2 and MC2 because MR2 and MC2 are with respect to Q2 and MR1 and MC1 are with respect to Q1. So, after equating, we got our Q1 and Q2. After equating, we then took the second order derivative, that is, we found the slope of MR1, the slope of MR2, the slope of MC1, and the slope of MC2, in which the slope of MR should be less than the slope of MC. If that is satisfied in both cases, then we can say that if this one is less than the slope of MC, then we can say that the maxima condition is satisfied. So the answer for Q1 and Q2 will be A. So the question had asked about the quantity, so Q1 and Q2 came out to be A, which I have already shown you above in the solution, right? Even in the solution, this is what was shown. Now you have understood the flow. Sometimes things become even clearer when you see them. You might say, if we do this, it will take half an hour for each sum. That's why there's a bit of tension in the mind, right? Okay, now look at the fifth question. What is being asked in the fifth one? In relation to total cost, y is given as 3 into x plus 7 by x plus 5 plus 5. Prove that marginal cost falls continuously as output increases. Now, this is quite an interesting statement. Marginal cost falls continuously as output increases, meaning as output increases, the marginal cost should decrease. Alright, the marginal cost should decrease. So normally, the property of marginal cost, if you study economics, you will come across it at some point. The normal feature of marginal cost is that it falls. Yes, as output increases, it falls. So to prove this, what we do is simply take the derivative of this function with respect to x, and we want to prove that the derivative that comes out will be positive. If the derivative is positive, what does derivative mean? It means the change in u with respect to the change in x. If the quantity changes, then what change will come in this cost? If that change is positive, it means the marginal cost, which continuously falls, that condition will be satisfied. Now the question is, how will its derivative come? This will come only to the child who knows derivatives at a good level. Only they will be able to solve this sum. If it is a case where marginal cost falls continuously, only then will the student be able to find the answer to this sum. Take out the derivative properly. See here, it's 3x not 3 into, it's 3x. Now see how to do the solution. It's 3x into x plus 7 by x plus 5 plus 5. So for its derivative, first you'll have to use the logic of u into v. The formula for the derivative of u into v is v into derivative of u plus u into derivative of v. So see how the formula for the derivative of u into v is applied here. First, take 3 as common outside, then it's x into derivative of x plus 7 by x plus 5, then x plus 7 by x plus 5 into derivative of x. Now, it has become u by v. The formula for the derivative of u by v is, in the denominator, v squared, and in the numerator, it is v into derivative of u minus u into derivative of v. So see, v is the one below into derivative of u minus this is the u above, u into derivative of v, and in the denominator, v squared. Now, this whole thing was solved. When this whole thing was solved, an answer came here, which is x squared 10xn x plus 5 whole squared. So we said that after solving, the expression we are getting, we don't see any minus sign anywhere in it, and the quantity of x can never be negative in the answer. The quantity will either be 0 or positive, so since the value of x cannot be negative, x will be 0 or positive, so there will never be a minus answer here. That's why MC is positive. So whatever be the value of x, this expression has to be positive. This means the marginal cost is continuously falling. So, by reducing it step by step, you have to bring it to a certain level here. Now, for this, you need two amazing formulas, the derivative of uv and the derivative of u by v. So if you know those, you will be able to solve this sum. Was I able to make you understand? Yes, I have tried my best. Now, how much you were able to grasp, that I do not know. But I tried my best to give you the gist. Yes, I have not taught it. If you have this expectation that you will learn the entire go from zero to hero, then I have already told you that if you do not know derivatives, you should not enter this chapter, and only if you know it would you have reached here, otherwise you would have left earlier itself. Even now, you would still be sitting here. If you are thinking, maybe sir is just saying this, maybe this time sir will actually teach it, then you have thought wrong. Now, those who know derivatives will have to go through these sums once again, so that you can check whether the flow you have seen so far has settled in your mind or not. Alright, so just to help you a bit further, I want to quickly show you what's there in illustration 1, what's in 2, and what's in 3. See, illustration 1 was the easiest one. What was in that? You just had to maximize TR, which earlier seemed hard, but now it has started to feel the easiest. You had to maximize TR, which could be done with respect to P or with respect to Q. TR is equal to P into Q. Then in step 1 take the derivative, in step 2 equate it to 0, and in step 3 check the second order. If that comes out to be less than 0, it will be considered maximized. Next, if we move to illustration number 2, that was a minimization problem, but we had to minimize the average cost. The total cost was given, so to find the average cost, we divided the total cost by x. Then we took the derivative of that average cost with respect to x. After taking the derivative of AC with respect to x, we set the dx of AC equal to 0. So, what did we get by setting the dx of AC equal to 0? When we set the dx of AC equal to 0, what did we get? When we set the dx of AC equal to 0, what did we get? We got the value of x. After getting the value of x, we took the second order derivative. From the second order, it was proved that if it is less than 0, then it is maximum, and if it is greater than 0, then it will be minimum. So, if here it comes out to be greater than 0, then minimum is proved. Then we calculated the values of AC and TC. Next, we moved on to partial derivatives, where a single function has multiple variables, partial derivatives are used. So, what is the process in this? By now, you must have remembered everything completely. You have to take fx, the first derivative with respect to x. When taking the derivative with respect to x, y is constant, and when taking the derivative with respect to y, x is constant. So, take fx and fy, then set them equal to 0 to get the values of x and y. After that, you have to take fxx, which is called a. You have to take fxy, which is called b, and fyy, which we call c. So, how to do that as well, we had already seen by doing it completely. In this sum, you have to take d as equal to ac minus b squared. Then, the conclusion will be drawn based on the value of d. Illustration 3 was also a similar question. Alright, then the equilibrium question came up. In the equilibrium question, I told you there is a normal method as well. There is also an equilibrium method which helps you solve the sum a bit faster. In this, C is given but X is not given. Find P, and from P you will get TR. From C you get TC, brother. So, you found MR, found MC, and equated both. Then, you found the slope of MR, the slope of MC, and checked it. If it's a sum with two plans, then you should understand. If there are two costs, then there will be TC1 and TC2, so there will be MC1 and MC2, and your revenue will be only one. So that will be TR, and from TR you get MR. You equate MR with MC1 and MC2, that is, Mr. equals MC1, Mr. equals MC2. In MR, put X as X1 plus X2, then by solving, you get X1 and X2. Then take the derivative of MR and the derivatives of MC1 and MC2. So, you will know what is happening according to the condition of the slope of MR in the two-market case. That's all there is to it. It's just that MR comes twice and MC comes once. And after this, I have removed the Lagrange-related question. It's done for you. After this, see what needs to be done in the first question. You have been given a two-price question. You have to maximize revenue, so this was even simpler. In this, you have to write TR twice and take MR twice as per the partial derivative. Or you can say, take the first order derivative of TR, set it equal to 0, and then take the second order derivative. Since you have to maximize revenue, there is no need for MC here. Alright, so you'll have to try this out yourself. Then you'll know whether you've understood it or not. In the third question, it's just a single variable partial derivative. So, the long steps with A, B, C, D have come up. In the fourth question, 2 markets are given and it's about partial derivatives. So first, from Q1 and Q2 we found P1 and P2. From that, we calculated TR, TR1 and TR2. By multiplying P1 with Q1 and P2 with Q2, we also found MR1 and MR2. Then, there was a single condition given for total cost. So for that, we took MC1 and MC2.
MC1 is the derivative with respect to Q1 and in MC2, the derivative is with respect to Q2.
Then we equated MR1 to MC1. When we equated MR2 and MC2, we got our answers for Q1 and Q2. Then, by finding the slope of MR and the slope of MC, we will check. For the fifth one, to prove dy ds is positive, you should know the formula for derivatives. That is, if you have the dx of u multiplied by v, then it will be v into derivative of u plus u into derivative of v. So, note down this formula, and in the second case, if you have d dx of u divided by v, then it will be v into derivative of u minus u into derivative of v and divided by v squared. And what is given here? It's not 3 into, it's 3x. That's it, it's done. Now do it yourself, work hard, and you'll learn. One question from this chapter will definitely come. It's possible that an MCQ might also come, so be prepared. You'll have to do something after all. If it comes as an MCQ, then what will you do? So you'll have to do something, right? If someone doesn't know calculus, then they'll just play B, C, D, what else can they do? You'll have to learn calculus otherwise. Alright, great. I hope you enjoyed learning this chapter. Okay guys, welcome back. Now we are doing business forecasting models. Let's begin. So in forecasting, you should know the names of quantitative methods of forecasting. Regression, time series, exponential smoothing, input-output. So we will cover the first 3 here in this chapter. Then you should also remember the names of qualitative methods. Historical analogy, which is basically tracing the incidents of history. Like, if this happened, then what was the outcome? Executive opinion is like experts' opinion. Drawing conclusions by talking to experts, through debates, through panel discussions. Survey techniques. What does survey techniques mean? What is the meaning of survey techniques? What is the meaning of survey techniques? It means some form will be sent, a survey will be conducted. When its report comes, then a conclusion will be drawn from it. Fourth is biobarometric techniques. Barometric basically means how will you find out by using the standard measures? Like barometers, you know, barometers are already standard measures. For example, to measure temperature, there are already many meteorological systems in place that measure the climate, so can something be found out from that? That is what is called barometric. Like right now in the stock market, suppose there is Nifty and Nifty is moving, so can anything be inferred from that? The Delphi technique will get the answer through a series of questionnaires. Then after that, again there will be questions and answers, then more questions. When a series of questionnaires is conducted, that's Delphi. All these are qualitative methods. These are useful for theory. Let's come to the regression method. We are moving on to regression. In regression, you will learn about 2 types of regression. Simple linear regression, which is by way of just variables like x and y, and then there is multiple variable linear regression, which we will look at later. Simple linear regression can be of 2 types, y on x and x on y. This means that you will be given any 2 variables in this. It will ask you to form an equation with those. Regression means to form an equation, and to make that equation, if you have studied forecasting in OM during your intermediate, if you can recall the straight line trend, then that is exactly what is used here. Here, as we are saying, there is y on x and x on y. When we studied the straight line trend, we learned about y on x, not x on y. So, we will study that here.
So here, if you see, export and import data is given for 7 times. Suppose we take export as a variable x and import as y. Which one to take as x and which one as y, sometimes the question itself specifies that. But here it is not mentioned, so we have taken export as x and import as y as per our own choice. Sir, if I do it the other way round, I don't know what will happen at that time, and according to this, we have to see what result we get. The question is asking which regression model can be used. The answer is, since there are only 2 variables, simple linear regression will be used. In the results of this regression, we have to mention the equation. To interpret means, in the regression equation, we have to state the values of A and B that we get. Alright, so now what we have to do is, we have to frame the linear regression. If nothing is specified, we make y on x, that is, y on x. The equation for x on y is like this, x is equal to a plus b times y. As you can see, it is of this form. Y on x is of this form, y is equal to a plus b times x. This is y on x. If it was x on y, then what would it be? It would be x is equal to a plus b times y. So, in one question, you can make both. We won't force it. If nothing is mentioned, we always prefer y on x first. So, in y on x, the equation is y is equal to a plus bx, where to find a and b, the normal equations are solved. What do you need to remember this? Put the summation sign on both sides, it becomes summation y equals summation a, meaning na plus b summation x multiply both sides by x, summation xy equals a summation x plus b summation x squared. Solve these 2 equations, you need the values. Let's make a table. We made columns for x, y, x squared, xy and totaled each. Which columns to make can be seen by writing the equations. We need the totals of y and x, both of which we have. We need the total of xy but we haven't got yet. We need the total of x squared we've got. Alright, so from all this, we will get our answer from the equation y equals a plus bx, y equals a plus bx. We will get the answer for y equals a plus bx. Okay, from all this, we will get our answer for y equals a plus bx. So when you substitute all the values here, you will get 2 equations again, and then by solving those 2 equations, you will get the values of x and y, and from there, the linear regression equation is concluded. Y equals 34.72 plus 0.39x. In the question, it was asked to interpret, so what do you say in the interpretation? A and B. So B means the slope. Slope means that if x changes, by how much will y change? If x changes, by how much will y change? In our case, what is x? X is export, so if export changes by 1 unit, by how many units will import change? That is B. And what does a mean? A means the intercept on the y-axis. Like when this equation is formed, this is called A. So A is basically to indicate the value of y when x is 0. So it is the value of y when x is 0. This is called the intercept on the y-axis. So, the interpretation about this is also written here. And this is what is the conclusion of the sum. Now, after this, some important notes are given here. These will help you in MCQs. For example, there are 2 types of linear regression. We have already understood this. Now, if both the regression lines are plotted on the same graph, where will they intersect? They will intersect at x bar, y bar. Then it is saying, like here, B is coming as 1. Here, B means this B, so this is of the y on x type, so we call it byx, and in x is equal to a plus by, there is also a b. So, we call this one bxy. In the x and y type as well, we call it xy. So, if we look at the sign of the slope for both, the sign of byx and bxy should always be the same, either both positive or both negative. Either both will be positive or both will be negative. Then, byx multiplied by bxy is equal to r squared.
If you are ever asked to find r squared or to find r, then how will you do it? It will be the root over of byx multiplied by bxy. What is r? R is basically the correlation coefficient. If you are also asked to find the correlation coefficient, then r squared is called the coefficient of determination. This is called the coefficient of determination. Alright. Next, the slope of the regression line. You understand that y on x is byx and xy. What is this between x and y? 1 by b of xy, 1 by b of xy. Pay attention, 1 by b of xy, it's not bxy. If you want to talk about the slope of x and y type, then you have to say it is 1 by bxy, it's not directly bxy. Although bxy is used to represent the b of your x and y type. But if you want to talk about its slope, then you will say 1 by bxy. When will the two regression lines coincide? Coincide means they will meet each other. When? If and only if there is perfect correlation between x and y. Coincide means both move together exactly the same way. Suppose this one moves like this and that one also moves like this. If both are moving in the same way, then when will they coincide? When the value of r shows exactly perfect correlation. Alright, this means byx is equal to 1 by bxy. That means byx into bx will be equal to 1. And the two regression lines will become perpendicular to each other. Meaning, if one is going like this, the other is coming exactly like this. So, when will they be perpendicular? When the product of the slopes of both is equal to -1. Here, when it is 1, they coincide, and when it is -1, they are perpendicular. But it's not like that. This into this, that is, multiplying the slopes of both gives -1. Pay attention, both are different things. It is not bxyx into bxy, below is byx into 1 by bxy. If that comes out to be -1, then we will say they are perpendicular. So where will all this help us? All this will help us if some MCQs come up. So you need to keep this knowledge in your mind. Now we come to multiple linear regression. What is multiple linear regression? So, what exactly is multiple linear regression? It is an extension of simple linear regression. Basically, the main thing here is that multiple variables are included in this. So, for this as well, if you look at the question we have, you'll understand. Basically, the standard format of the equation here becomes y is equal to a plus bx1 plus cx2. Similarly, you can add as many variables as you want in this way. The value of y is coming from multiple variables. Alright, so in this too, there is y on x and x on y, but we are considering only one type. This is the y on x type. So, for example, a question has been made on this. In this, it is saying that there are 10 workers, their additional qualifications are given, experience is given, salary is given. So conduct multiple integration analysis considering the following numerical equivalence for educational qualification. Consider 11th standard as 11, then take it as 11. Consider 12th standard as 12. Consider first year of bachelor's as 13, then second year as 14. Consider 14, 13 will be 13. Okay, this is for masters. Consider first year of masters as 16. 16, 16, 16. So this has become your one variable, and what is it asking us to do? Then interpret the meaning of the coefficients of the variables and the constant term. So we will explain the meaning, what the values of b and c are, what a, b and c mean, we will explain that. There is no problem. Now the thing is, in this, what should we consider as x and what should we consider as y? Yes. That is, whom should you take as x and whom should you take as y? So, if we have to calculate, there must be something written in the question. If the effect of educational qualification and experience on earnings is being asked, then seeing the effect on earnings means this one will be there, and educational qualification and experience will become your x and x2. Alright, so now what do we have to do? With the help of these three, first we have to find the values of a, b and c. If you do this using the normal equations, it becomes lengthy and difficult. So, if you can remember the big formulas for this, only then attempt it in the exam. Otherwise, you can skip all this. How can you remember how to get the value of A? To find the value of A, you have to take the average of Y. You have to subtract the average of Y bar. What is it? If you move everything, what happens? It becomes Y minus Bx1 minus Cx2, right? In the denominator, summation comes everywhere and Yn has come. From this, the formula for A is obtained. A equals summation Y by n minus B times summation x1 by n minus C times summation x2 by n. This is what we get. Now, if you want to find B, how will you find B? So, to remember B, there is a way. I can tell you the method. That Y is the mother. The mother has two children. X1 is the elder child, the elder son, and X2 is the younger child, the younger one. So the mother has one elder and one younger. So, if you want to find the value of B, how will you do it? Square of X2. What does this mean? Square of the younger one square, then what is it? X1 into Y. X1 means the elder one. Big mother into big. Elder into mother, right? Younger square into elder of mother. Then X1, X2 means what? Elder into younger, and X2 into Y means what? Younger mother, younger into mother, and what is there in the denominator? Elder square, younger square, and multiplying elder and younger and then squaring it, elder into younger squared. So the denominator is the same in the next one, in C as well, and in C, the whole thing gets reversed. Elder square is coming here, C. Only this part is changing, elder square. Where younger, elder. Where big came, small came. Here comes the little one into mother. Elder, younger unchanged. Here, it was younger into mother. In its place came the big into mother. Did you understand? So if you write this 2 or 3 times and memorize it, then you can solve this sum. Otherwise, you'll have to use elimination. I haven't found an easier way yet. Maybe your teacher or other students know something, so share it with me. I am not able to find any method easier than this. So, to find the values of A, B, and C, I needed so many columns, so all the columns were made, and then by putting the values into the 3 equations and solving them, the values of A, B, and C were found, which resulted in a linear regression equation. Alright, then I was asked to interpret what this means. What is the meaning of A? What is the meaning of B? And what is the meaning of C? So, A is basically the y-intercept. The value of y, what is A? The value of y if both x1 and x2 are equal to 0. Then what is x1? What is x1? Tell me, what is x1? x1 is the slope. What is x1? x1 is the slope, and this slope indicates education. So, what will you say? How does education affect salary? Effect of education on salary, you can say 1 unit of education. If you increase education by 1 unit, by how much will the salary increase? And x2 I am saying x1. Sorry, this is not x1. What is this be and what will C be? C is the slope of x2, so it will be the effect of 1 unit of experience on salary. Effect of 1 unit of experience on salary. Effect of 1 unit of experience on salary. So, this is the interpretation. But the most important thing here is to remember this carefully, whether it's small or big. A is still easy to remember because it comes around in the equation from here. But how will you remember B? Small square into big mean minus small big into small mean. Alright, in the denominator, it's big square, and big small whole square. The denominator is the same in both. What is in this? Big square into small mother minus big small. Big small turns into small mother, and then big small will eventually become, here, the big mother. Yes, the big mother. Alright, make y the mean, then remember it by making it small big. If you write it 2 or 3 times, you'll get it. The next illustration, 3, is a continuation of illustration 2. In that, by changing the values, it is asking you to tell what different values y can take. Like y equals, this equation has already come. So here it is saying that one profile they are looking for the programmer is a graduate engineer with 5 years of experience, right? A graduate engineer with 5 years of experience, and that for the operators of the new machine, it is a second-year bachelor's degree holder with 8 years of experience. So by being a graduate engineer, can you understand how many classes have been completed?
Like 13, 14, 15 classes have been completed.
Graduate means a 3-year graduation, so that makes it 15 years. Engineer graduate means you can say the value of x1 is 15 and x2 is experience, so its value is 5. Second year bachelor's degree means the value of x1 is 14 and with 8 years of experience, the value of x2 is 8. So by putting these values, we will again calculate the value of y. If 1,000 numbers of critical items are to be supplied within a period of 3 years, then how much extra should the company bid for each item to accommodate the requirement of 1 programmer and 2 operators? Use the data set from the previous illustration. Assume the educational qualification of a graduate engineer is 20. They are considering a graduate as 20, and that of an operator with a second-year bachelor's degree is 14. So from this, we understood that by putting 20 and 5 here, we got one answer, and by putting 14 and 8, we got another. It is telling us how many people are needed in both cases. So, how many do we need? We need a programmer and 2 operators. So, the total cost for 1 programmer and 2 operators came out to this much. Alright. And what was given here was the monthly salary. This salary was given per month. So here, if we read the entire question, if we read it, you will understand that the whole work has to be completed in how much time? It has to be done in 3 years. Alright, so what will be the cost for 3 years? What will be the total cost for 3 years altogether? So here, for 3 years, the cost has been calculated by doing 3 into 3 into 12, and we will be making 1,000 items. Here, 1,000 items have also been mentioned, so what did we get as the cost per item? This is the cost per item that we are going to incur. Understood. Just think about the level at which costing is being done. You might be wondering, what is the use of all this costing? At what level must this costing be happening? Imagine using a regression equation for this. Just think, somewhere at an oil rig, some drilling is going on. Some plant is in Africa, some in Brazil, or somewhere in Argentina. Somewhere in the ocean, nuclear plant testing is going on, so obviously people have to be sent there, right? So, depending on the profile of the person, charges are applied accordingly. In many industries, charges are based on years of experience and educational qualifications. So, the kind of experience you need, the level of education you require, you will have to pay accordingly. Otherwise, people simply won't work there, and as per your requirements, they have already created a regression equation. So, is the amount that comes from the regression equation real? No, that's just a forecast. We feel that the work can be done for this much. We'll know after hiring someone, it might be more or less. Anything can happen, that's a different matter. But here, the point is that if you need a particular type of person for a specific job, you can estimate what the cost might be. That's why we call it a forecast. So, what happens in regression? You can perform regression using any 2 values. Now, when we come to time series, in time series one variable is fixed, which is time, and the other variable. It can be anything, whatever you need, as long as it is related to time. If you analyze it with respect to time, it becomes time series analysis. In time series analysis, usually 4 types are studied, like we say y is equal to, that is, whatever you want to forecast, y is equal to t into s into c into I, as we say. T stands for trend, S for seasonal, C for cyclical, and I for irregular. There is no study for the irregular component. The study is about these 3, and in our course, we only cover trend and seasonal. Even studying cycling is not in our course. Alright, so if we talk about trend, how many methods are there for predicting trend? There is a freehand method, semi-average method, moving average method, and fitting. Mathematical curves. Within mathematical curves, basically your trend lines, which we also call the method of squares. Method of least squares, which is nothing but your regression method only. It works just like regression. So out of these, we only need to study moving average and just regression. So now, if we move ahead according to this, then we also have a question. The first question is related to moving average. If you remember, there are 2 types in moving average. One is simple moving average and the other is weighted moving average. The simple moving average, even that has 2 types. One is no complications and the other is with complications. One is no complications, the other is with complications. Even in weighted moving average, there are 2 types. But we only study the no complications one. Weighted moving average also has 2 types. But we only study the no complications one. Alright. So there's SAM and there's WAM. There's SAM and there's WAM. There's no complications, there's complications, and here also it's no complications. Did you understand this? Now, when is it no complications? When is it no complications? When, let's say, you have to find the average of an odd number. The average of what? The moving average of an odd number. When is it a complication? When you have to do it for an even number. In weighted average also, there's this odd and even issue. So if you do it for an odd number, there won't be any complication. What does panga mean? Complication means extra calculation. What does panga mean? Extra calculations are called complications. So let's see here, what is the question saying? Here, you are being asked to calculate the moving average. Assume a Fourierly cycle. Fourierly means it's an even number. Even number means there is a complication, so you have to calculate the moving average for cycles of 4 years each. So what do we do now? First, let's count how many observations are given. So 4, 4, 8, 4, 12. So what is the number of observations? It's 12. Now, how many Fourierly averages can we get from this? 4 yearly average has to be counted. How will the Fourierly averages be counted? There will be 1 count for the first 4. 1 for the first 4, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it comes to 9, and if you subtract, you get 3. So, you have to calculate how much is left over. Out of 12, you will get 9 averages and 3 will be left over. If 3 are left, then this means leave 1.5 up and 1.5 down. The way to write this data is that you will write all the data leaving 1 line in between, and you will leave 1.5 at the top and 1.5 at the bottom. Now, how will you leave 1.5? So, if you write leaving 1 line each time, you basically leave a spot here. Just think of it this way, that you will get 9 averages. Alright, if there are 9 averages, then the space for 9 will be used. We have a total of 12 data points, so we need to leave 3. So how do we think about this? Another way, how much space is left here in the middle? Between 1975, there is 1, then here 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, we have to take the spaces in between. There are 11 spaces in between, and if 9 averages come, then 2 are left. So, leave 1 blank at the top and 1 blank at the bottom. This is what needs to be done. One blank at the top, one at the bottom. We take space in the middle. We leave one at the top and one at the bottom. What do we do? Take 9 values. What are the now values? What are the now values? Which are the 9 values that we have to take? Those will be the Fourierly moving totals. The total of these 4, this is the total of the first 4. The total of 2204, 2500, 2360 and 2680. If we add 2204, 2500, 2360 and 2680, the total comes to 9744. This is the Fourierly moving total. Now, where does the next one go? Where do we write this? If you left space here, leave space here too. Don't write here, write in the middle. Whatever you have to write, write it in the middle. Whenever there's a tricky situation, write it in the middle. For the last one, leave a dash here. The total of all should be written here between these two arrows, 9744. You have to do this for everyone. Here 9744, here 9964, here 10098, here 10064, 10642 and 1160. Check the total of the first 4, it's 9744. Then the next 4 means from here to this one, so this will be the total. Then the next 4 means from here, this is going. It means you keep moving one row down, leaving the one above each time. So for that, we don't look at the question, we look from here. First 4, then leave 1, then next 4, then leave 1 again, then next 4. In this way, these totals keep coming. This total is coming here, this total is coming here, and this total is coming here. Okay, so this is to get you a recall. Alright. Now after this, after the Fourierly moving total, what we do is, we combine these two and write it in between these two. It will be written between these two. Just like we did here, let's make it a bit easier for you. Fourierly moving total was your step 1. The next step you will do is the eightierly moving total. What will you do? Eightierly moving total. Double it, make 4 into 8. Whatever is here in place of 4, make it 8. If it is 2, make it 4. If it is 6 here, make it 12. So basically, you have to add these two and write it here. Now, what is written here is in a different way, but you will add these two. Add along with me once for practice, 9744 plus 9964, so this comes to 19708. In this way, you have to add these two in running and write it in between them. So this is 9964 plus 10098. So this comes to 20062. Then you have to take these two and write it. If you take these two and write, then what will happen? 10098 plus 10642. So this comes to 20740. Then you have to take these two and write it. What will you write? 10642 plus 11060, 21702. Did you understand? So this is the 8-yearly moving total. Now if you take its average, it will be called the 4-yearly moving average, but you have to divide by 8. So what will be the next column? 4-yearly moving average, but what will you divide by? If you divide by 8, then when you do 19708 divided by 8, you get to 463. When you do to 006 to divided by 8, you get to 507. And when you do to 0740 divided by 8, you get to 592. Are you able to understand this? So, what is a Fourierly moving total? The Fourierly moving total is your most important working here. Here, we are taking sets of 4 at a time. Next 4, the next 4. Also pay attention to where we are writing this. Where are we writing it? There is a tricky situation here. How do you know it's tricky? If asked for an even number, it's tricky. Then you need this note. What is the number of observations? Well, how many averages are there? 9. How get the number? Fourierly, right? So 1 on the first 4. then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 has come, 3 is left. 3 is left. So what is this 3? It's an odd number, so if it's odd, you have to leave 1.5 above and below. Now, how do we leave 1.5 above and below? There's a lot of confusion, so it's hard to understand. Let me tell you another trick. It's about this only, that you count this 9 so that the average comes out to 9. If the average comes out to 9, then we have 12 observations. Out of these 12 observations, we don't have to use 3. Which 3 we shouldn't use, that's what we can't figure out. That's why you skip one line each time, so you will get the spaces in between. How many spaces will you get in between? Count how many spaces you get in between. Total is 11 in the middle. If 9 is added to 11 to becomes 4, leave a space. Leave out this one. Leave out this one. Leave one space in between each time. Now after this, what will you do next? You will write the 4-yearly moving total. Then you will double it to get the 8-yearly moving total. Then you will make a third column for the 4-yearly moving average. But whatever answer you get there, you should divide it by 8. Now, what the institute is doing is making an extra column and doing it their way. So you can do it that way too, whichever way you prefer. But I have told you, and I have explained an easier method. You can do it this way. Ultimately, only the answer will be checked. No one is going to look at what detailed columns you have made. Now next is the straight line trend. What is next? Next is the straight line trend. This is easy for you since you have been learning it from your intermediate classes. In this, you have to take the year as X and anything else can be given as Y. And what happens in this? The equation for the straight line trend is Y equals a plus BX. But here, this X refers to the year. That is the small x and this is the capital X. So how does the capital X come about? The small x comes by subtracting the origin and then scaling. What is this concept of origin and scale? You see, the numbers in time are usually very large, so when you have to square x spiraling can be very difficult. So, to make it easier, we reduce it by using origin and scale. So what will be the origin? When you have an odd number of observations like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and the number of observations is odd, then you get the middle value. So the middle year is the origin and the scale will be 1 year. Middle year is equal to origin and the scale will be 1 year. Middle year is equal to origin and the scale will be 1 year. Did you understand? The middle value is the origin and the scale will be equal to 1 year. This is okay. The middle year is equal to the origin and the scale is equal to 1 year. This is okay, but where did this 1 year come from? Look at this gap, 92, 93, 94, there is a gap of 1 year each. That's why the scale is 1 year, so this should be clear to you. You just need to keep this in mind. What do we do now? Find A and B. Use the normal equations. Summation y is equal to NA plus B summation x and summation xy is equal to a summation x plus b summation x squared. To solve this question, we need the total value of y. Y means this one, the one that is given. Then we need the sum of x, so we will have to make a column for x. We will not take the total of x as given in the question because that is given in years. Then we have to multiply x and y and take x squared, so for that we will need a table. So we took the given small x and the given small y. The summation of y will be useful, but we will change the small x to capital X. In that, we make the middle year as the origin, so that becomes 0. The rest is based on that concept, where capital X is equal to small x minus origin divided by scale. If you use this, you will get your capital X. Then what do you have to do? You have to proceed with x squared and x times y. Proceed with x squared and x times y. After calculating these, taking the total and putting it in the equation, we got values for A and B. Once we had A and B, the equation was complete. The equation asked to estimate the number of tourists expected in the year 2000. So, when it is the year 2000, at that time, if you count the value of x from the origin, it will be 7. So, in this same equation, by putting the value of x as 7, the answer was calculated. In 2000, this many tourists can come. This is a forecast. No one knows exactly what will happen, but we can make a forecast. The next example is a straight line trend. But here, since the number of observations is even, there is a problem that we do not get an origin, so we cannot make any specific year the origin. In such a situation, we take the two middle years and make them the origin. For example, as you can see in the data, it is 4, 2, 6, 4, 10, so we will take the two middle years. There is no year exactly in the middle. So, the two middle years will be 94 and 95, and by adding 1994 and 1995 and dividing by 2, the origin will be 1994.5. Since we have got 0.5, if we take 0.5 as the origin and calculate the distance from other years, the answer will come in decimals, which will make it messy. That's why we make the scale as 0.5 year, or half month, half year, or 6 months. You can call it anything you like. So this is the concept. Everything else is just like before. We will write the same as earlier. Y is equal to a plus bx, alright, and the normal equation is also the same. Only your origin and scale have changed, so its effect will be only on the x column. After that, from the x column, you will have x squared, x, a, and the summation of y. You have to take the total of all these just as you normally do, and then solve the equation, and the answer will come in terms of y equals a plus bx. The only difference here is that if your origin is 90 and 94.5, then think about it. If you subtract 94.5 from 1990, what will you get? 4.5. If the scale is 0.5, then divide by 0.5 and you will get 9. That's why minus 9 has been taken here. Why the minus sign? Because 1990 is minus 94.5, so it is minus 4.5. That's the only difference. Right, so this is also done. In this way, our study of the trend topic is now complete. In trend, only the method of least squares was there, and in that, the straight line trend is included in your course. There is another type of trend equation called the quadratic trend or parabolic trend, in which multiple variables are involved. Don't relate it to multiple linear regression. Alright, that's not included here, so you can leave it for now. Next, let's move on to measurement of seasonal variation. So what is this? This is completely new for you, though you might have studied regression in the foundation course. If you have studied it, that's good. If not, no problem. Regression was quite similar to time series, so you are already familiar with this time series forecasting. You might have studied it in your intermediate, but we haven't covered seasonal variation, so this is new for you. In seasonal variation, I am leaving out trend ratio and link relative methods. By the way, I had taught this in class. If you can revise it and feel confident, you must do it otherwise. You can leave it as well. You should focus only on these two. We have to find seasonal variation using the method of simple average and the method of moving average. Along with this, you will be taught one more topic. That will be seasonalization. Deseasonalization will also be taught. Now let's learn how to determine seasonal variation using the simple average method. There are two models in this, the multiplicative model and the additive model. Right now, let's talk about the multiplicative model. In the multiplicative model, we have to work out the seasonal indices. What needs to be done in the multiplicative model? If you have to work out the seasonal indices and the question asks about seasonal indices, how does it come? First, see what kind of data is given. Here, the data is given year-wise as well as broken up quarter-wise for each year. The year is given and the breakup of the year is also provided quarter-wise. The year is given and the breakup of the year is also given quarter-wise. So, when the details are given for each year, what do? We copy this data but in reverse order. How do we copy it? You can copy it like this, or you can also copy it in reverse order. Just leave it. It's already year-wise and quarter-wise. There's no need to reverse it. You can reverse it or keep it. But the data will work as it is now. It has come like this. Now after this, step number 1. First, this data should be arranged in this manner. What step do you have to calculate the average for each quarter? Calculating the average is very easy. Add all 4 and divide by 4. Add all 4 and divide by 4. Then you have to take the average of these 4 averages, which we call the grand average. Take the average of these 4 averages, and when you are asked for the seasonal index, the seasonal index is nothing but average divided by grand average multiplied by 100. Just write down whatever answer you get for this. Normally, the total of this should come to 400. If it doesn't come to 400, then adjust it a little here and there to make it 400. So, this has been done here. See, the average has been calculated. I have put the value of these averages in this bracket box. An average of these 4 averages is taken, the grand average obtained by adding these 4 and dividing by 4. We have to calculate the seasonal index. What will the seasonal index be equal to? Average divided by grand average, 45.25 divided by 452.375. Check it on the calculator, it comes out to 86.4%. So, 45.25 divided by 52.375 gives 86.4. In this way, the total should come to 400. This is how the seasonal index is calculated. It's easy and can be done comfortably. Now, there is also an additive model used in this. So, what does the additive model say? It says you should calculate the average and also the grand average. But the seasonal index doesn't say that. Over there, the term used is seasonal effect. Seasonal effect is equal to average minus grand average. What needs to be done? Average minus grand average, that's it. You have to do average minus grand average, and in the additive model, instead of a total of 400, you get 0. So how does the additive model work? Whatever your average is, whatever the average is. After that, the grand average will come. Then there will be the seasonal effect, which is average minus grand average, and its total should be 0 instead of 400. That's the concept of additive. But along with additive, here, just like in seasonal variation where different methods were given, moving average is also there, so moving average has also been included in this. So in all this, you have to do additive with moving average, and for moving average, it is saying to take 4 quarterly. See, use 4-quarter moving average, consider the additive model for the time series. So, only use it if it says additive model, otherwise don't use it. If it says moving average, then what is its use? Since 4 quarters are given, in moving average also, which one is given? An even number is given. So giving an even number creates a problem. If there's a problem, what should we do? You have to write leaving one line in between. Which values? For each value, 65, 58, 56, 61, leave a line after, with a line between each. How many observations are there? 4, 8, 4, 12, 4, 16. You will say the number of observations is 16. And if you calculate the 4 quarterly moving average, then how many 4 quarterly averages will you get? So, first you will count from 4, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it comes to 13. This comes as minus 3, so 3 is fine. So 3 means leaving out 3 data points, and that's the concept. If you start counting the spaces between 16, according to me, there will be 15 spaces. If there are 15, 13 will be used, so 2 will be left. So you will leave one from the upper middle and one from the lower middle. So that's what you have to see. You need to use the spaces in between. One from the middle has been left blank, and one from below has also been left. Blank is fine, and after that, all the spaces in between have been used. So what will we do first? If you go by my method, what is the easiest way? For quarterly moving total. Then what needs to be done? Second column is quarterly moving total, then third column what to do? After moving total, for quarterly moving average which is equal to whatever answer comes here, you have to divide it by 8. Whatever answer you get, you have to divide it by 8. You need to understand, for quarterly moving total, 8 quarterly moving total, and for quarterly moving average. Is it okay?
So, from all these, first you have to calculate the moving average. Whatever moving averages you have got, the answer is shown here. Alright, whatever moving average you have got, where do you see the answer? You can see it here. This is the answer. This answer is shown here. Alright, now after this, what do you have to do in the moving average method? What is the next step after this? Pay attention. After this, we subtract the moving average from the original value to find out how much deviation there is from this moving average. We are finding the division by this minus this. Pay attention, this is something new. So what is step 1 here? Calculate the moving average. What is step 2? Find the deviation from the moving average. Deviation from the moving average. This way, you can identify the trend using the moving average, right? So once the trend is identified, we are finding the deviation from the moving average, and this is called trend eliminated values. These are called trend eliminated values. Alright, trend eliminated value means now we are only looking at the seasonal part, so when we subtract this, it means this will be the seasonal effect. The answer should come from the trend, and the actual answer is from 6, which means this is the seasonal part. So now, taking the seasonal part, you will move on to the method of averages. With that, you will prepare the table again. See, minus 4.38, minus 0.38 and so on have been entered into the table. Alright, this has been entered into the table. In the same way, the table was made as in the previous question and then its average was taken. Then the grand average came here. Averaged it and the grand average of the averages came here. This is the grand average, and then seasonal fluctuation is basically average minus grand average. This grand average is not that one. Add these up. How much is it coming to? See, 5.37 minus 1.29 minus 2.96 minus 0.96. So, it comes 2.16, and after dividing by 4, it comes 2.04. So, what will be the grand average? 0.04. What will be the grand average? It is coming to 0.04. What will be the grand average? 0.04. What is the grand average? The grand average is 0.04. So, by subtracting the grand average from the average, you will get the seasonal fluctuation. So, the moving average does not give the seasonal variation. What does the moving average do? It removes the trend part and we calculate its division. This step of ours is called the trend eliminated values. The division was taken out and then from that division we took the simple average. Alright, we took the simple average of the division. Then we took the grand average. After that, we calculated the seasonal effect. Step 5 is called the seasonal effect. What will be the seasonal effect? Simple average minus grand average because we are using the additive model. That's why it will be simple average minus grand average. Because we are using the additive model. That's why it will be simple average minus grand average. Is this okay? Theme. Now, if you do it once more in your notebook, it will become very easy. Okay, there was one more question in this. Deseasonalize the given data set. Have to decide. To deseasonalize means, now from the original data, we have to remove the seasonal effect. So how is that done? Remove seasonal fluctuations from the original actual data that was given. Remove the seasonal effect that has come. Since the additive model is being used, deseasonalization means deseasonalization can also be done in two ways. To deseasonalize means to remove the seasonal effect. So when the additive model is used, how do we remove it? In the given values, that is, the actual values, subtract the seasonal effect.
And when we talk about the multiplicative model, to deseasonalize in that, we divide the given value by the seasonal effect to remove it. For example, what was the trend eliminated value? Moving average is basically nothing but the trend. Here, the moving average is the trend, so when we divide by the trend, we are actually getting the trend eliminated value. When we remove the effect of the trend, only the seasonal part remains. If we take the average of that seasonal part, we get the complete seasonal effect, and if we remove this seasonal effect from the actual value, it is called deseasonalized data. So, what have we done just now to perform deseasonalization? Look, try to understand. What have we done? We have just subtracted the seasonal fluctuation. When you calculate the average in seasonal fluctuation, there are 3 values, so you should divide by 3, not by 4. If one is blank, don't take it as 0. Here, you have to divide by 3. Here also, you have to divide by 3. Here as well, you have to divide by 3. Here, you will divide by 3. Because there are 3 values each, okay. When you are calculating the grand average using arithmetic mean, if you are taking the grand average of 1, 2, 3, 4, then here you will divide by 4. Here, you are dividing by 4. But in arithmetic mean, you are dividing by 3. See what the next question is saying. This is a simple question. In this, it is saying that our quarterly sales of a certain commodity have been given for the period from 2001 to 2005 and the following calculations were made. The straight line trend equation has been formed. Y is equal to 25 plus 0.6t, and in this, it is saying that the origin is the first quarter of 2001. Origin means 0. Alright, the first quarter of 2001 is the origin. This means that here, t was equal to 0. T unit is 1, it will change by 1 unit each time. T unit is 1 quarter, so if T unit is 1 quarter, it means that for every quarter, there will be a change of 1 unit. So Y is sales, Y is representing sales, and it is telling you that you have 4 seasonal indices for each quarter. Alright, so what is the question saying? Estimate the quarterly sales figures for 2010. It is asking for the quarterly sales figures, but what has been given is the seasonal variation. Wait, what all do you need to pay attention to? To find the quarterly sales figures, the original value is needed, so there will be complete back calculation in everything. So first, see, if you know Y is equal to 25 plus 0.6t, then from this you get a trend. Trend, you will get the trend value. This is the trend equation, right? So it will give you the trend value. Alright. If you put the value of t in the trend value, you will get the value of y. For which period do we need to do this? We need to find the quarterly sales figures for the year 2010. From where should we start the origin? We are considering the first quarter of 2001 as T0. So if you think about it, if the first quarter of 2001 is 0, then the second quarter will be 1. What will the fourth quarter be? It will be 3. Are you able to understand? The fourth quarter of 2001 will become 3. You didn't understand? Quarter 3 will become 2. Quarter 4 will become 3. Now what will happen in 2002? 2002 will be quarter 4-6. In this way, if you come up to 2010, see what quarter 1 becomes there. If you come up to quarter 4 of 2009, it will be 35. Try counting and see. If quarter 4 of 2009 ends at 35, then quarter 1 of 2010 will start from 36. So here, taking the value of t as 36, you have to first calculate quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4 of 2010. What value should be taken for t? Once you have to take 36, then 37, then 38, and then 39. This will give you the value of y. 25 plus 0.6 into 36, 25 plus 0.6 into 37, 25 plus 0.6 into 38, 25 plus 0.6 into 39. So, by solving all these, we will get the values of y. By solving all these, we will get our y values. So, what are these values? These are not your answers, these are your trend sales. You have been given the seasonal index, so ideally the original value is supposed to be T into S into C into I. There is no cyclical component and we don't really measure any irregular component. So, T is known. This is it, and if you multiply by S, you'll get the answer. Now, how will you know that T into S into C into I is a multiplicative model? Yes, this is how it is in the multiplicative model. And when it is an additive model, then it is TSCI. It is T plus S plus C plus I. In the additive model, you have to add, while in the multiplicative model, you have to multiply. Now, how will you know if it is multiplicative? A seasonal index has been given, whose total is coming out to be 400. If it were additive, it would have been called seasonal effect or seasonal fluctuation, whose total would have been 0. So from this, it is clear that this is a multiplicative model. If it is a multiplicative model, then this value is my trend value. If this is the value of S, then I will multiply T into S, and that will give me my answer. So here, see, the trend for 4 quarters has come. S has been given, and T has been multiplied by S. Now of course, this seasonal index is in percent, right? So T into S means, after dividing by 100, it has been converted into percent first. Alright, by dividing the seasonal index by 100, you can call it S, that's better. So basically, by doing T into S, the answer has come. So if you haven't done this, you won't be able to do all this. It's an easy question, isn't it? In this, the first mistake usually happens in counting. Mistakes happen at 36, 37, 38, 39. And then after finding the trend, you think you've got the answer. So what do you have to do with the seasonal index? You have to convert T into seasonal index percent. And from the seasonal index, you can tell that this is a multiplicative model. Otherwise, it would have just been written as seasonal effect, maybe. Anyway, people have used the word seasonal effect here as well. I usually use seasonal effect over there. You can just understand it like this. If it's 400, it means it's multiplicative. If it's 0, it means it's additive. Next is exponential smoothing. This method was also there in your intermediate studies. So in this, there is illustration 10. Let's look at that. Here, first take a proper look at the formula for exponential smoothing. Look at the formula. I have written it down. U of t is equal to u of t minus 1 plus alpha into y of t minus u of t minus 1. What is u of t minus 1? This is basically your forecasted value of the previous period. What is alpha? It is the smoothing coefficient. Y of t is actual value. U of t minus 1 is previous period's forecasted value. So, from this formula, we get u of t, which is the forecasted value for this period. The smoothing coefficient lies between 0 and 1. This has been explained in this paragraph, which you can read. Alright. Now, in this question, what are we being asked to do? If you pay close attention, it says here, the forecast data of demand for their shoes for the beginning of the month of March is 1000, and after that, the actual demand turned out to be 900. So, if the forecast value for the beginning of March is 1000, then this will be considered as T minus 1 for March. It can be a bit difficult to understand this, but you have to pay attention and understand what exactly is given in the question. This will be considered as T minus 1 for March. If the forecasted data is given at the beginning of March, it means it belongs to the previous period, and then the actual demand on March 1st was 900, that is, the beginning value was 900.
Using the smoothing coefficient of 0.1, forecast the demand for the second week of March, so we are being asked to forecast for the second week. When it says the beginning of the second week, it means the answer we get for the first week will become the beginning value for the second week here. Like here, the value of 1000 will be used here. In place of UT-1, which is the demand of the shoes at the beginning of the month of March, when you work out the first one, its T-1 will be the value for the first calculation. So, what is being asked here? For the second one, the cutoff T-1, that is, for the second one, this T-1 is being asked. Basically, this answer is what is being asked from you. So now, how will this come? It's very simple. If you pay attention, you will understand it very easily. Let me just clarify it a little for you. What will be U of T-1 for the first week of March? The value given to you is 1000 plus alpha is 0.1 and Y of T is the actual demand, which is 900, minus U of T-1, which is 1000. So, after solving this, what answer do we get? The answer is 990. After solving this, what answer do we get? The answer is 990. Alright, after solving this, what answer do we get? The answer is 990. Now, in the same way, we have to do it for the second week of March. In the same way, we have to do it for the second week of March, so the answer for the beginning of the second week is being asked, which is 990. So this completes our first part. What is the second part asking? Also forecast the demand using exponential smoothing technique at the beginning of each week till mid-April when actual demands are as below. So, we have to go till each week up to mid-April. Mid-April means we have to do it till the second week of April. Right now, it seems that midweek of April means till the second week of April. But ahead, the demand is given like this. Actual demand for the second week of March is given, then for the third week, then for the fourth week, then for the first week of April, then for the second week of April, and at the end of the second week, meaning you can assume that the demand for the third week is also given. So in this way, if you are given up to the third week, then you have to do the working only up to that point, up to where the working details are provided. Alright, so what and how? Let me erase this again and explain everything to you, so it will be even easier for you. I have completely erased this. Let me do what is written once, so that you can understand how to do it in short. So, in the second week, what will happen is, this 990 will come, plus 0.1 into the demand given for the second week, that is 1010 minus. The actual previous forecast was this, 990. If we solve this, it comes out to 992. In the same way, you have to do it for the third one. For the third, 992 will come here, plus 0.1 into here. You have to do 1030 to minus 1030 to minus 992. So from this, you'll get the answer for this part. In the same way, you have to do it for March 4th and in April continue for 1st, 2nd and 3rd to get the answers. Now, whether you present it in a table or with simple equations, you will understand it. The main trick was that you should understand from the question which value has been given. To start that, you need the forecasted value. Normally, that is what is given in the question. Next, let's talk about the input-output model. There is a theoretical concept. In the input-output model, if you know the relationship between input and output, knowing input yields output and knowing output yields input, like in cost calculations. The same thing is being said here. Next is historical analogy. I had explained to you that by looking at past conditions, we predict the future. In the jury and executive opinion method, it means gathering a jury in a panel, having them debate, and then arriving at a conclusion. In the survey technique, answers are obtained by filling out questionnaires and forms. In the barometric technique, basically there are three types of indicators: lead indicators, lag indicators, and concurrent indicators. A lead indicator, for example, is when a new government comes to power, it is possible that some industrial reforms will come in the future, so that becomes your lead indicator. Industrial reforms have come in, so a new government has come.
So, if industrial reforms have come in and from that you conclude that it seems a new government has come, then that becomes a lag indicator. For example, the roads have improved. How did they improve? So, did the roads improve because the government's focus on infrastructure has increased? So, the improved roads are an indicator that the government's focus has increased. If you get good marks, then the indicator is that you have become serious about your studies. But this is a lag indicator, which means it shows that you had become serious earlier. Lead indicator means, for example, if you got scolded and beaten by the teacher today, that's a lead indicator you might score good marks tomorrow. A concurrent indicator is something that happens alongside. It's happening now and the result is also coming now. That is a concurrent indicator. A concurrent indicator moves side by side, so for example, if it's hot right now, you'll be able to see the temperature. For a concurrent indicator, just go to Google and check the temperature. So, there are many such types of indicators. Lead, lag, and concurrent indicators are used at the industrial level. For forecasting, the Delphi technique is used, which involves a series of sets of questions until a final conclusion is reached. That's done. Now you have to do the MCQs on your own. There should be no carelessness. All MCQs are important, even if some are missed. You should know all the MCQs, including fill in the blanks and everything, all right. Look at the next question. This one is a numerical question on exponential smoothing. So in this, you have been given the demand for all 4 quarters of 2020. Along with that, the actual values for 2021's 4 quarters have also been given. If the forecast for the first quarter of 2020 is 175, then this is the first value of D that you have to take to start the calculation. Forecast for this does not mean that its final answer is 175. To work this out, the forecast value needed for the first quarter is the one given in the question, no matter how the language is written. So, 175 will be the value used here. Alpha is given to you as 0.1. Now, what do you have to do? Forecast Q1 2022, 175 here, 0.1 used, 188 here. Subtract 175 from 188, answer here. This value will become your next forecast, and in this way, you have to continue till the first quarter of 2022. So you should practice this by yourself. I have given you the structure. You will get the answer easily. For the second question about the trend ratio method, I suggest you ignore it. The method is very lengthy. Even if you know it, you'll go do it in the exam. It will kill a lot of time. The third one is this weighted moving average. No hassle. No hassle means you don't have to write anywhere. Otherwise, hassle means you must leave space and write in long format. The moving average explained earlier was the hassle type. Normally, in weighted, we don't do the hassle type sums. We do no hassle ones. So, how do you know it's weighted? In the question, the weights are given. Like here, this is a no hassle one. How will you know? So here it is written 5-yearly weighted moving average. If the number is odd, then it's a no hassle one. What does no hassle mean? No hassle means you count how many averages will come here. You count how many averages will come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first punch will count as 1. Then after counting on the first punch, I raise ones. Someone might think we will count ones on the first set of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 averages are coming. And how many total observations are there? If you count, 4 and 4 is 8, plus 3 is 11. So out of 11, 7 averages will come. So you leave 4 places empty, leave 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. So what happens? No problem. When this happens, the difference you get comes in even numbers. If you get 4, then leave 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. When there is a problem, the difference comes out to be an odd number. So in that case, you have to leave 1 place. Now, to leave 1 place, you have to take the middle spot. Here, there are 11 observations and the averages coming are 7. So 4 are left as difference. So I will leave 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. So in this, there is no need to leave lines in between. For one sample, I copied this column and made a new one. I made another for 5 yearly moving total and another for 5 yearly moving average. In the 5 yearly moving total, I left 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. Why did I leave 2? There are 7 averages, so write them in the middle. I left 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. No need to leave space since this is a no problem case. Next, take the 5-year moving total. Since weights are given, it will be a weighted moving total. How is the weighted moving total calculated? Take the first 5 values since we need the 5 yearly totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Multiply each by its weight and add 2 times 1 plus 6 times 2 plus 1 times 2 plus 5 times 2 plus 3 times 2. What does that total? 2 into 1 is 2, 6 into 2 is 12, plus 2 is 14, plus 1 into 2 is 2. So 14 plus 2 is 16, plus 5 into 2 is 10, so 16 plus 10 is 26, plus 3 into 1, the last one is 3 into 1, so 26 plus 3 is 29. So what is the total written? 29. So this is for the first 5. Now we have to do for the next 5. But for the next 5, again, we can't just directly take the total of these 5. If it was a simple average, then we would have taken the total of these 5. But since this is a weighted average, we will multiply it by the weight. 6 into 1 is 6. Do it once with me. 6 into 1 is 6, plus 1 into 2, that is 8, plus 5 into 2, 10. 8 plus 10 is 18, plus 3 into 2, that is 6. 18 plus 6 is 24, plus 7 into 1, 24 plus 7 is 31. Alright, so this came to 31. This came to 29. This came to 31. If you understood, you got 29, you got 31. Now, I haven't done the rest. The rest you should do on your own, but you have to take the next 5 and so on. Keep taking the next 5 and do it. And since this is a weighted moving average, after finding the weighted total, you will have to calculate the weighted average. For the weighted average, you have to divide by the summation of W. So, how do you divide 29? What is coming as the summation of W? 2, 4, 6 and 2, that's 8. So you do 29 divided by 8 for the summation of W. Then do 31 divided by 8 and so on. Divide everything by 8, not 5. If it's yearly, divide by 5. For a normal average, divide by 5, and for a tricky case, divide by 10 by doubling it. If it's not a tricky case, then you have to divide by 5. Since it's weighted, you have to divide by the weight. Did you understand the third point? Now you should refresh this and complete it on your own, regardless of whether you have done it before or not. Next, in the fourth point, it is saying that you have to solve the multiple variable regression. The values for y and x, x1, x2 are given for that. For this, do you remember that big formula, small m, big M? If you remember that, then by looking at it, practicing again, making the entire table and calculating the values, if you solve the equation, you will get the answer. So you should try this, you should not leave it. If you do this, your confidence will increase and the next 5-mark question is a really good one. In this, what it says is that you have been given the values of n, summation x, summation y, summation x square, summation u square and summation xy. See, the values from here to here have been given. Alright, but it says that we made a mistake. We took two values incorrectly. This one was wrong, whereas the correct one should have been this. So, after correcting all these, you have to find the correct equation of the two linear regressions. So, regression means one is y on x and the other is x on y. Now, how do we correct this? The total is done, how to fix it? If given summation x, just remove the two old x values. Add the two new x values. So, here, 6 and 14, one is x. The other one is y. Since the points were given in pairs, remove -6 and -8, add the new values 8 and 6. That's exactly what I did. I removed -6 and -8. Added the new 8 and 6, now let's sum y. How? Remove the old y values, -14 and -6, and add the correct ones, +12 and +8. For summation x square, remove -6 square, -8 square, add 8 square and 6 square. Similarly, for summation y square and summation xy, you can check yourself, I have done it. Once this is done, y on x and x on y will be easy to solve as you know their normal equations. You get the values here. Solve to get a and b. Then finish the question. You will get the answer, and the answer given here is absolutely correct. You will definitely get the same answer. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it, and with this, our forecasting chapter is also complete. If you have reached here with me, attending the class from the beginning, then you also deserve appreciation. Do give yourself a pat on the back and appreciate yourself because you truly have the zeal for studying. You are truly a serious student. You genuinely want the best for your family. You truly want to achieve something for yourself. That's why you have come this far, starting from the very beginning. Otherwise, it's not something that everyone can do. To complete everything from the start to the end and to reach here from the very first video truly shows your capability, and you will do very well in life because you have that fire within you. That's why you've come this far. And you must not let this fire die out. You need to get even more energized by this fire. It's not just that you've reached here. Now that you've come this far, you should feel, yes, I can do even more now. You need to bring in that kind of energy, achieve this degree without giving up, and change your life. Alright guys, thank you so much. Okay, so now we are going to discuss the period before your SCM paper exam. How to plan this, how to go with this. Now, before you reach the day before the exam, what all you would have already done, I am mapping out that journey first. You have completed the classes, right? Secondly, you have watched all the videos of my revision saga. If you have watched the revision saga, it means your ICMA material is fully covered, but just watching the videos is not enough. You have also ensured that you have practiced the sums I explained there. Alright, just understanding is not enough. Only watching will not help. Now, for practice, you have picked up the SCMA DGB book, which basically covers all the past year paper questions plus all the model test papers provided by the institute. So your question is, Sir, isn't this revision saga enough? When we take classes, this question comes up, Sir, aren't the classes enough? So the answer is, classes are not enough. Is ICMA enough? No, it is not. So what should be done after this? I have practiced whatever you explained from ICMA. Is that not enough? The answer is, it is not. So what should be done after this? You must definitely solve previous year papers because there are many new questions in them which later appear in the exam and which you may not have done before. Sir, we have solved the previous year papers. Is that not enough? It is not. You also need to attempt mock test papers. Because mock test papers, which are basically model question papers provided by the institute, often introduce some new patterns or new types of questions that you must practice. Is doing all this not enough? If I have done up to this point, is it not enough? So I would say, from a preparation angle, this is enough, but it is also very important to check yourself. To check yourself, you get the mock test Sangram from SJC. Once you have attempted that, the fear of writing the exam goes away and you learn how to strategize. How to study the day before. If you have given the mock test Sangram, then your preparation level is complete. Alright, so I consider the preparation level complete only when you have ticked all the boxes here. If there is even a single dent anywhere, then there is a bit of tension, brother. You have to accept this fact. Alright, now let's assume that you have done all of this. Okay, you have attended the classes, completed the revision saga, and done the practice as well. You have also solved the previous year papers, MTPs, and given the mock test too. So now comes the day before the exam. So what else do we need to do on the day before the exam? Alright friends, let's understand what else you need to do on the day before the exam. First of all, it is important to keep all your concept notes in one place. For that, we say that summary notes are necessary. Now, usually, students benefit more when they make their own summary notes. What is the benefit? When you make summary notes yourself, it gets imprinted in your mind. How do you make them? Just take a plain sheet of paper and jot down as much important stuff from the chapter as possible along with the headings, and that itself works as summary notes. It's not necessary to write every concept in full detail in it. Just write down as many headings from the chapter as you can, and if you can remember those headings, then just by looking at them, you'll recall everything related to them. That also serves the purpose of summary notes. The headings themselves work like summary notes, so if you haven't made them yet, you should make them at least once. And if you need help from my side, alright, then here's a little help from me for you. You can thank me for that by sending a message on WhatsApp or by saying it in the video. If you haven't learned how to say thank you, then what have you learned? For you all, we have created such a beautiful wow book. Wow book, this is my book called the Wow book. It has been given the name Savior book. This book has been made for the 4th syllabus for a long time. It has been going on for quite some time. So this is the Wow book, which will give you that wow feeling. In this, all the theory, all the practicals, whatever notes are possible, have been compiled here. So this is an excellent material for the day before the exam. If you just glance through it, you will also see the theory chapters in this. Alright, and just like that, all the formulas for the practicals have also been included. All the formulas we study in class have been written here. In many places, my handwritten notes have been given. In many places, I have typed it out. In many places, I have included my handwritten notes. By doing all this, it was made. Some nice visuals have been added to make it more interesting. Isn't it? So, whatever could be included, we have made sure to put everything here, including all the theory as well. So, sir, is this enough? You have only one question. Whether this is enough or not, I am giving you the answer to that only, brother, or brothers and sisters. So, just try to understand this. If you want concept notes, I would say making your own summary notes is more than enough, because that will help your memory even more. But suppose you use my summary notes, which this time are called the Wow book, and take reference from them to make your own notes, that will also work. And if you haven't made your own notes, and at the very end you are completely exhausted, then you will need something, right brother, like oxygen. So this will work as your oxygen. You can read this, but you will have to read it twice, right? This will be understood better by those students who have attended all my classes, and those who haven't, they will also understand it if they put in a little effort, right? It is not that it will not come. If you try a little, you might understand it even better. So these self-made summary notes have immense value, and even if you write down the blank content of a chapter on one page, it will still be useful, and if you do not understand the content, then you can use these wow notes. It will help you. So these concept notes, if I am saying you need them for SCM, actually you need them for every subject, not just SCM. Similarly, I have made a wow book for SFM as well. If you watch my SFM revision classes on YouTube, you will find all my handwritten notes there too. So, after concept notes, the second thing you need is a list of questions to practice. Many times, you people call this ABC analysis, but the ABC analysis that I have given is of no use. You should do it yourself. That's going to change the game. And how will this happen? Whatever classes you have attended,
whatever revision saga you have done, whatever enlightenment you have got by practicing or by solving DJB, if you have gained some insight, then for each chapter, you need to make a list of the question numbers and page numbers where you are getting stuck or the questions you are not able to remember. And this list is not to be made just a day before the exam. This is made in advance. Summary notes are not made on the day before the exam, they are prepared beforehand, so you will have to do this. If you do this, then you are ready for the day before the exam. So, as soon as you sit down to study on the day before the exam, you will open your summary notes. I will quickly go through one chapter after another. Going through means that I will try to recall, just by looking at the headings, whether I remember it or not. If I remember, that's really good. If not, then I'll just have a look once so that I can recall it, and after that, whatever question number or page number is written for that chapter, I'll open exactly that question number and page number and look at it. I'll see what the trick is in that, and in this way, I'll finish the chapter. Then, for every chapter, I will solve at least one question completely by myself. I will try to solve the question after reading it without looking at the answer. I will try to get the answer using a calculator. If I can't do it, I'll think it's good that the mistake came out now, otherwise it would have happened in the exam. I won't be afraid of it, and I'll treat it as a learning experience, set it in my mind once, and then move ahead. Next chapter, next chapter, next chapter, at least one question from every chapter must be solved. Whichever one you feel like, pick randomly from this list itself, alright. After completing this entire process, wherever you read MCQs from, in MCQs. Where do you read MCQs from? MCQs come in the mock test series, MCQs come in SCM DJB, alright. In revision saga, there were a lot of MCQs in ICME, and if there were MCQs in the classes, then wherever there were MCQs, all those circled MCQs, the ones from which you couldn't get the answer, you will revise those. And after all this, as for the theory, not much theory comes in the exam. But you can assume that up to 10 marks, direct questions can come, and you should also understand that some theory will be there in the MCQs, so the theory part gets covered through the theory MCQs. For some of the theory, I will also revise the headings once. So, for theory, the study will proceed in this order. First, we will read all the concept notes, then we will go through the list of questions, after that we will look at the MCQs, and finally, after revising the theory headings, we will go to the exam hall. You can even read the theory while on the way. So, this is how the planning should be for the day before the exam. So, to be ready for the day before the exam, you need to prepare summary notes. You can take help from the WOW book, or if you make them yourself, that's even better. I will not provide a chapter-wise question list. You have to make this yourself. Anything given by someone else is of no use. You have to pick out and make a list of the areas where you might get stuck. So you have to give this time, and after that, for MCQs and theory as well, we have uploaded complete marathon revision videos, and the notes for those are probably given in that marathon video itself, and those notes are also available in the WOW book, so you can refer to them from here as well. And it is important for you to watch that theory session once, so that you understand what it is all about. After that, you can revise from here using the headings. Headings mean points, revising the points under the headings. If you do that, your theory revision will be done once. It is not right to leave theory completely as an option because sometimes a practical question can be very technical, and if you are not able to attempt it fully, then if you have studied theory, at least you will be able to write something. Such MCQs are a blessing for you. In MCQs, your target should be to score 28 out of 30 marks. If you manage to score 28 there, then I am very sure that no one can stop you from getting an exemption in the paper. Why? Because if you have already got 28 marks here, then out of the remaining 70 marks, you only need to score 32 marks. Now, if you want to score 32 marks for exemption,
You should know that 40% of the paper is from QT, so your QT should be well prepared. Linear programming, assignment, transportation, project management, simulation, learning curve. Alright, you might feel a bit scared about the Maxima Minimum part. If you don't know calculus, but if you do know calculus, then that's also easy, and you might feel a bit intimidated by forecasting because the calculations are quite lengthy. But if you have practiced, then that too will seem easy, and game theory is an easy chapter, so I feel that you should be able to score at least 30 marks from QT itself, because up to 40 marks worth of questions can come from it in the exam. Including the QT part, I feel that the remaining 30 marks that you need can also be managed from QT. That's my estimate, and as for the rest, you'll study some cost topics anyway, so you'll manage some marks from there too, so everything else is just surplus. So if you thoroughly prepare QT and MCQ, then your exemption planning is sorted right there. After that, whatever you score is just surplus. So that strategy is there, isn't it? But if you are afraid of the QT chapter, then you'll have to get into costing. But it's not like you should leave costing. Costing in itself is important, and I've explained everything so well in the revision. Your work should get done. So that's it. This is a small bit of guidance for you as you go, so please follow it and target getting an exemption, and if you need any more help, you can reach out to us. Alright. And if you do get an exemption, do send a gift. Alright, you followed this strategy, did the revision, got the exemption, gifts are welcome. A lot of gifts are welcome, and if you come and meet, that would be even better. Don't need gifts, just come and meet, that's enough. Meeting you would be an absolute delight, and if you have benefited in any way from these videos or this series, then please do one thing, push your friends, your brothers, your sisters, and bring them to SJC by hand if needed. It's not just about telling them to go to SJC. You'll have to keep after them, insisting that, brother, you have to study here only. And at SJC, suppose you are currently giving SCMA or SFV in Group 3, then all the classes for Group 4 subjects are also available. Alright, so please prefer SJC for all subject classes so that we get more motivation to work even harder for the students. We keep organizing many such activities. We invite many qualified CMAs and also rank holders. Their videos keep coming on YouTube, and they also have live sessions. Every month, we organize sessions for students on time management so that you all can learn how to manage your time better, make a proper routine, and study well. Then, when students take admission here, we assess the needs of each child, and based on that, we categorize them in different ways and keep making plans to tackle their requirements. We keep organizing sessions on that as well. Efforts are made to bring the students back on track. A lot of other things we keep on doing as well. And these are just some of the things that I have told you. So, when a child joins, then only they realize whom they are connecting with and where they are connecting. So, all I want to say is that since you have taken up this service, you must do at least this one thing. Don't just tell the children or brothers to come, but actually bring them by hand and get them admitted here. And if you ever feel that, for some reason, you are not able to convince someone, you can let me know where I need to improve. I will try. But our relationship should remain intact. Alright then, thank you so much. Bye bye. Hasta la vista, sayonara. Take care.